Incidentally, just less than a month ago, we actually had a briefing from them in Castleton. Inclusive of that was our law enforcement community, our first responders, and our emergency operations team. So that that was a briefing on what would happen should something bad transpire. And there's two important points to make there. First and foremost, you'll see the second page, which I'll touch on in a moment. My testimony should have 2 pages. First was on a promise of ongoing education. Obviously, we all have workforce issues, or not obviously, but we do have workforce issues. We will have a constant turnover of those people that are working within our law enforcement community, our first responders, as well as emergency. So they've given us the promise to keep our friends educated and in a timely fashion. Item 2, they've actually offered to invest resources in our county emergency services, and that's that second page. It's a $50,000 investment plus $1,000 a mile, which I think is 22 miles. I'm going from memory though. So there's a substantive tens of $1,000s investment in our emergency services to be able to respond in a timely fashion. So again, safety being paramount, that's the first and most important item I want to address. Item 2, planning. Back to the Cenex and New Star pipeline. I've been in office now going into my 12th year. This is my first pipeline. The Cenex New Star was my first pipeline interaction. We have more that's gone through CAS in the past, but when Cenex New Star approached us, this is to sort of show you that we don't just sign off on everything carte blanche should someone show up with what is a needful thing and a good idea. Cenex New Star approached us with a siting solution for a terminal. So that's where all the oil would come and be temporarily stored should something bad transpire there too. The county commission rejected their permit on their initial application. The reason being the location didn't work for either state, to be honest with you, but then state, county, and our townships. They were going to place this terminal in a very rural area, hard to access, and knowing full well there'd be little or no maintenance on an ongoing basis. During the construction, there would be heavy amounts of trucks, heavy amounts of people there. We'd be ripping up county roads and township roads, and our friends in the townships do not have the resources to maintain those roads. So we asked them to move, again, rejected, asked them to move their terminal, which they willingly did. So again, the important part there is we don't just sign off on things just because someone shows up. We have been working very well, both our Cass County Highway Department and our water resource districts with Carbon Summit to make sure everything they were doing didn't impact our county, didn't impact our water resource district. So they've been a very, very cooperative partner in this project. Item 3, I've been in North Dakota my whole life. I've watched us grow and produce widgets and export them to other states for other states to make money on them. We all know the term value-added ag. We've just created a investment.
I'm going to object as relevance of any value-added ag to whether or not this commission should cite a pipeline.
I've allowed similar testimonies, so as long as you can do it briefly, Mr. Peterson, go ahead.
It's more of just a quick bounce of where the site's located. So value-added ag, I watched it my whole life. We have incentivized the creation of a $400 million castle in Castleton, just as I Castleton, a $400 million soybean processing plant to help our farmers grow. I'm paralleling that to our friends literally right across the street from the soybean plant is Tharaldson Ethanol. This is one of the reasons why this pipeline is being built, support value-added ag. We can all agree or disagree what's happening on a national level. It is what it is. We need to support our ag producers. How do we do that? With value-added ag and things that allow them to perpetuate their successes into perpetuity. Please read my testimony. Again, I'd advocate for the creation of this pipeline, allow the permitting to transpire. If you have any questions, please contact me. Second page is all my contact info. I am open for any questions at any given time, and I'm open for questions now.
Mr. Glutt, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
Yeah, I've got several questions. Number one, did the Cass County Commission pass a resolution or take a vote allowing you to come here and speak on their behalf?
No, I actually have freedom of speech under the First Amendment, and I'm here on my own, not testifying on behalf of the county commission, just the experiences of the county commission on things I witnessed.
Okay, because you introduced yourself as the chair of the Cass County Commission, but to be clear, you are not speaking on behalf of the commission whatsoever, are you?
Very fair question. That is correct, sir.
Now, you said in terms of safety that, quote, they've kept us abreast of all things safety. Is that your statement?
Correct.
Okay. What were the results of the dispersion modeling?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Jordy's attempting to gain or elicit testimony that is information that's currently subject to our protective order. And I believe Commissioner Peterson can testify that the information shared at those meetings was confidential.
I'll just ask you, Mr. Peterson, was it confidential nature, what the question's asking you about?
Judge, I can speak to that. What I do, so the governance model in Cass County is very different than other counties. We trust our department heads to lead us, our sheriff and our emergency services managers to lead us. So they were at these meetings, attended them personally. I actually spoke to my sheriff coincidentally on the way down here, and they were satisfied with whatever you distributed to them. This is just the last meeting. I'm talking about other meetings prior to this as well, too. If that helps, sir.
Yeah, no, it helps a lot. So anything you know is complete hearsay because you weren't personally there, correct?
You could say that, but I guess my response to that would be, I also trust my department heads, communicate with my department heads. They assured me things are adequate and they are not at all worried.
Sure. So the people that saw the data that have concluded or think it's adequate aren't here, can't be cross-examined, and we have no idea what they even looked at, do we?
I think fair question. I think if they had a concern, they would have shared that with me.
Okay, but you don't know that.
They would have shared it with me, sir.
Okay, all right. And what is the level of experience of your first responders with CO2 leaks and containment?
I think that speaks to the education of the ongoing education that the Carbon Summit folks will be producing.
Okay, and what have they provided them?
For your last question, I would ask if you're looking for specificity, I would look to them directly.
Okay, so you're here saying you personally, because you're not here by the county, feels great about everything, but you can't tell me what these people that give you the confidence have actually seen, correct?
Not correct.
Okay, what have they seen?
What they have seen has not made them worried enough to tell me as a commissioner, do not support this. And they would, as much like the front example of Cenex New Star. You don't just arbitrarily sign off on things.
Okay, and then I'll go back to my prior question. Is it true that they have zero experience containing a CO2 release or spill or rupture?
I think that'd be fair.
Okay, so they're looking at something in Chinese saying it looks good to us, correct?
Say that's a bit of embellishment, yes.
Okay, all right.
That wasn't a yes, sir. That was you embellishing. Me agreeing with you embellishing.
Okay, is that helpful, do you think?
I think so.
Okay. All right, and so you weren't at any of these meetings, but you feel good about the safety. And then you talked about, what was it, value added ag. And I'm just curious, sir, the pipeline, from where the pipeline starts and a CO2 molecule gets in it, and then it's gonna travel to the end of the pipeline before it gets out of the pipeline, what's the value added ag in that sequence?
If it can allow a Thoroldson ethanol plant to maintain operations into perpetuity, that is the value added ag.
Okay, and you understand that for it to get from the Thoroldson ethanol plant, it has to go to and capture equipment and do all sorts of things that is not in the jurisdiction and has nothing to do with these proceedings. So I want to go back to the pipeline itself. How does the pipeline standing alone do anything with value added ag?
It allows Thoroldson ethanol to maintain operations into perpetuity.
Okay, all right. I don't think you understand there's a missing carbon capture piece in the middle there, but that's okay.
I think we can agree to disagree.
All right, tell me everything you know about carbon capture.
I'm going to object, Your Honor.
That's
Yeah, I agree.
flawed.
Okay, all right.
Objection is sustained.
All right, good. I didn't want to hear it anyway. Okay, so in terms of, are any of the other board members or commission members going to come here to speak?
Not that I'm aware of, sir, no.
Not that you're aware of, okay. And then have you ever spoke at a PSC proceeding in favor of this before today?
No, sir.
Did it help that on May 17th, Summit said they'd give you $50,000?
That would have been awesome. I have to report anything given to me by public record. I've never been given a penny by anyone.
No, in your exhibit. Now on the May 17th, they've said they'll give $50,000 to the commission.
They're not
To the
giving it to
county?
the commission, they're giving it to our emergency responders.
Okay,
Which if you want to give $50,000 to emergency responders, I would take it, sir, please. And I will allocate it appropriately as well.
okay, I'm sure you will.
Public record, I will, sir.
All right, so bottom line is, you didn't testify before, May 17th letter, 50 grand, and here you are testifying. Is that the timeline?
If I may, Judge. Interestingly
Yes or
enough.
no? Is that the timeline? Yes or no?
No, because
Okay,
interestingly
I
enough.
don't have anything further then. Thank you.
Can I answer the question, Judge?
Yeah, you can.
So I was actually scheduled to testify a year ago here, but the hearings drew on because of, I think, your belaboring points over and over to the degree where I didn't have the time to show up. So I was supposed to be here a year ago, but I was not able to attend. Does that help?
Yeah, how about, did you send anything in writing in the meantime, or were you unable to do that too?
I did not. My hope was to testify in person, so to be available to you for questioning.
Got it. Okay, appreciate you. Thanks.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
I don't have any questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
Well, we, as I said from the very beginning, we try and get around. We never did have one in Cass County. I do appreciate you coming down to Wapato.
Thank you for the time, sir.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
No questions.
Commissioner, thank you.
Mr. Dawson?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon. Can I get your name?
Tracy L. Wilkie. Sixth generation Wilkie of Scottish settlers.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Wilkie.
Ms. Wilkie, did you previously testify?
I have not.
Okay. And did you hear me go through the penalties for perjury earlier?
The second time I did.
All right. And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes, I do.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
First of all, I'm a 100th generation North Dakotan, and I'd like to honor my ancestors and my relatives that were brought here to Wapton, North Dakota for the U.S. boarding schools after forced assimilation. It is my duty and responsibility as an Anishinaabe woman to take a stand against further destruction of our homelands. And when I say our homelands, I mean all our homelands. It's a responsibility of mine to be a good neighbor to one another and not take away private landowners' rights and be threatened with eminent domain. I heard, I've been at several different meetings this week, and I hear the land an acre, like $30,000 an acre, $32,000 an acre. I'd just like to remind you that there's one treaty that we were offered 10 cents, and that still hasn't been paid. So there's a lot of things that aren't being addressed, I'll say, but that isn't really the Public Service Commissioner's job. But for me, it is. You know, when we're talking about storing carbon underneath the best farmland in the world, we always say, you know, we're the bread basket of the world. Why would we risk that? Why would we risk new technology and put the water further at risk, the land, the winged ones, the four-leggeds, the swimmers, the crawlers, all of us, we live here together. And it's time we work around partisan lines and make sure everybody's voices are being heard. I've read Carbon Summit Solution in their contacts into looking into sacred sites and burial sites and our treaties that have yet to be honored. and question, you know, whether those are being taken into consideration, and if they are, who, like, I'd like to see listening sessions instead of going to one person and getting a blanket statement from everybody. I don't know how many of you have seen destruction that happens along these pipelines, but it's very traumatic to the land. And I don't know if anybody's ever heard a tree being ripped from the ground by a big machine, but it sounds like a scream. It's horrible. I'd like to find alternative ways for us to work together, and I hope I guess I don't want to repeat anything anybody said earlier because everybody gave really good testimony, and I enjoyed particularly the two people that are looking out for future generations, because as Anishinaabe people, it's our responsibility to look out for the next 7 generations. So they're looking out for you know, their people, and yeah, we're all in it together, and I just like to see other options. And there was the last gentleman that spoke from Cass County. I was a first responder for 20 years. I worked in the criminal justice system, and I did some reading about first responders, and that's very, very dangerous. You know, I don't want to see the pipeline to what accidents could happen in the dangers. And hope North Dakotans use their voices this election season, and I'll ask any questions or answer any questions.
Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
No, thank you very much.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilkie. I'm just wondering, and I understand you're opposed to the pipeline. Do you own property along or near any of the proposed route?
I don't own property along the proposed route.
Okay. And are you a resident of Richland County?
I'm a resident of Cass County.
Cass County. Okay. Thank you for being here. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
That's 2 in a row. Thank you also, as well as your commission chairman. Thank you for coming down from Cass County.
Commissioner Haugenhofer?
Tracy, thank you so much for your time and your input, and I have no questions.
Mr. Dawson?
No questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wilkie.
Thank you.
Can I get a show of hands of the amount of the other individuals that want to provide? 1, 2. Okay. 6 of them. They said 3 to 4. Good afternoon. Can I get your name?
My name is Troy Mahler, Mahler.
Mr. Mueller, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
I was,
And do you understand what perjury is?
do,
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
So, like I said, my name is Troy Mahler. I actually live in Fargo. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents. They live in Sargent County, Schumann Township, Section 12, Township 131, Range 54. I was here last year, and I spoke, and we talked about how Nolan from Summit had contacted us about the pipeline coming by. After that meeting, we did receive a documentation dated 4/28 of 23 that showed a map of the pipeline. The pipeline runs perpendicular to our homestead. It's on the north side of the road. Both landowners have signed the agreement with Summit. But the situation is the pipeline was 519 feet from my parents' bedroom. And so they included verbiage stating that since it was past 500 feet, they didn't need to be contacted. So, and I'm sorry, I wrote down. The pipe comes across to the north of my parents' place at an angle, and last year on the map, the proposed right-of-way crossed the road onto mom and dad's ground. And as of this morning, after my sister and I spoke with Charlie Adams from Summit, it appears that they have moved that right away to the north. Part of what my parents do is the farmstead. They live on the farmstead, but they rent out the livestock operation to a gentleman who raises registered quarter horses. Some of them, the value of those horses are over 200,000. So it was our intention that none of the areas that the horses would be in would be within the 500 feet. And it appears that it's closer to that. The other thing that was new this year is there's a mainline valve that is adjacent to, it's the, I guess you would call it, it's the furthest east valve in Sargent County. And that's at the half-mile line, which is the eastern border of the mom and dad's ground. It's a pasture now, but the horses do go out there. And that's about 180 feet is what I thought they showed me this morning. And we were just wondering if that valve could be moved. If they move that valve a quarter mile to the east, it would put it right along a blacktop road, which would benefit Summit and it would benefit us both. So that's part of it. I lay awake at night thinking about this every day. I mean, this is where I grew up. I'm concerned for my parents and just wondering, am I going to come over the hill and is there going to be an exposure? I won't know. So I'm real apprehensive about that. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. I just appreciate your time and everyone's concern. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Jordy?
Yes, thank you. What was the distance you said from the residence to the proposed route?
It's 519 feet.
Okay, but then to be fair, did you say that Summit then has given you some guarantee that it's moved, or?
The pipeline from the house, because the house sits, you would call it like in the middle of the property. The backside of because the pipe comes across at an angle, the backside is what was crossing onto our ground, but it appears that has been moved. They showed us a picture this morning of where it was moved, so that they evidently have moved it.
Okay, if we can accept that as true and as what isn't going to change, have you been able to figure out the distance now, if from the moved proposed route?
It's about 250 feet, but the livestock still goes up to the edge of the road. So it's still within the 500 feet on the backside of the property. Where the house is, it appears to be okay, but it's where the easement comes down at an angle on the west side of the property.
Okay, so you think maybe it's moved substantially away from the home, or did you get a number?
I did not get a number.
Okay. Is it more than a mile away?
No, it's hundreds of feet.
Oh, shoot. So it's still within hundreds of feet
Yes.
of the residence.
Yeah, last year's proposed route came onto the ground, the right of way would cross over the pasture where the horses are. Now it's, I think it was 100 and some feet to the north of that.
Okay. And I take it you haven't been provided any dispersion modeling or risk assessment or any of that kind of data to help with your sleepless nights?
I have not. The only thing I did receive from Summit, and it was I believe it was a blanket 5-page letter from the testimony that I got that we did last year. It was just generalities about safe transport and, you know, property. It was nothing specific to us. It was sent to, I'm guessing, everyone that was here.
Okay, and I should be a little more specific. It's your parents you're here and worried about. Did they receive any dispersion modeling or analysis or risk assessment to make them feel any better?
They have not received anything.
Okay, all right. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Mr. Shook?
Just real briefly, so the proposed route is not on your folks' property, is that correct?
That is correct. It is not.
And they're, the parcel that they own, from what I'm seeing on the map here, I think it's the northwest quarter of section 12, 131.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Commissioner Chrisman?
I'm pretty sure I'm on the right spot in the map, but I thought you said Richland County and
No,
it almost looked.
it's Sargent County.
Okay, then I know I'm right. And if I understood your testimony right, you talked to Mr. Adams, who showed you that route-wise, there was a change. And then was this the first time you brought up moving that valve further east?
This is the first time I knew about it.
Okay, and so you,
The valve wasn't on the plans that we saw last year.
okay, I understand. I didn't catch that before. So you made him aware of that request if,
Yes,
If you move
he
further
took
east.
down my name and number, and he's gonna check into it to see if it could be moved. I mean, it would be better for them. It's more access. It's on a county blacktop road versus coming up a township road and then having to create access in the middle of the dividing line between two properties. It would be in their best interest to move it to the east.
got it. Thank you for being down here. We have a good Cass County delegation here today.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Troy, I have no questions, but I want to say thank you for looking out for your mom and dad.
Mr. Dawson?
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you.
All right, who would like to go next? Come on up. Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, can I get your name?
Andrew Mauch. My last name is spelled M-A-U-C-H.
Mr. Malk, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
I was?
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes.
Being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
I do.
All right, thank you, go ahead.
Thank you guys for being here and allowing us this opportunity. My name is Andrew Mauch. I'm a farmer, corn grower, and landowner near Morton in Richland County here. I have a signed agreement, and I also rent 2 other quarters from other tenants that have signed agreements. I'm also the president of the North Dakota Corn Growers Association. The North Dakota Corn Growers Association is a state-based organization driven by corn producers across the state, representing the interest of corn farmers in North Dakota. By engaging with both state and federal public officials on key issues that affect our growers. Our mission is to create a healthy and profitable climate for northern corn. Our organization and state leaders have spent much time and effort on the issue of this particular project. That being said, our comments here today are on the general issue of carbon capture and sequestration of carbon dioxide generated at the state's ethanol plants here at the state. Our board is comprised of 14 corn growers from 7 districts across the state, 3 at-large growers, and 3 industry representatives. We are in constant communication with our federal corn producers all over North Dakota. which helps us keeps us our finger on the pulse of what our growers need. When talking about CCS, we have always tried to stay grounded by considering what will best support not only our current market demand, but also going into the future. Initially, discussions centered around climate change, specifically what should be done with carbon dioxide from agriculture and industrial processes, what constitutes excessive carbon, and who is responsible for addressing it. During this time, 2 of our state's 5 ethanol plants have developed their own CCS projects, thanks to their location to suitable rock formations for subsurface sequestration. The other 3 are evaluating their options, with at least 1 joining the 5-state effort. As more markets adopt low carbon fuel standards.
I'm gonna have to just interpose for the record an objection to relevance to the entirety of this testimony and where it's headed. Thank you.
Your objection's noted, but I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can continue, but I will note that since we have a copy of it, you don't need to read it for us. If you'd prefer to just, you know, highlight a couple points, that would be sufficient as well.
Okay. I'll just continue a little bit here. With the low carbon fuel standards, ethanol plants must lower their carbon intensity scores to remain competitive. Canada, California, and Oregon have enacted such policies, and other states and countries have as well. For us as farmers, this is an opportunity that, to me, is a once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to, I'll back up. The sustainable aviation fuel process that is coming on, that is going to create a once in a lifetime opportunity for corn farmers to be able to provide corn for that market. We won't see another market demand development in my lifetime, I don't believe. We have groups that we work with all over the world and locally too that are saying this is where the future is going. And as a farmer myself, I mean, I'm looking to the future for myself, the rest of my career, my kids' career. And I believe that if we don't be able to play in this market, our price of corn is dramatically going to be decreased. There's such an impact with agriculture in the state of North Dakota. I have some stats on my testimony. Creating jobs and money, and 1 out of every 5 jobs in the state of North Dakota is supported by agriculture. So this doesn't necessarily affect just rural communities and landowners. It affects everybody here in North Dakota. And without this being able to lower our CI scores, we will not be able to go into that sustainable aviation fuel market. As of right now, there's 1 sustainable aviation fuel plant in Georgia who is importing their ethanol from Brazil, because our corn-based ethanol does not meet the standards for that, which to me is a great injustice to our American corn farmer, that we are good at producing corn, we're good at producing ethanol. Let's be a part of the solution and move forward here domestically. As a college graduate 20 years ago, I was able to come back to the farm kind of because of the ethanol boom and what that created for us here in North Dakota. I believe the sustainable aviation fuel market is the next opportunity for, say, my kids to come back to the farm. So looking at the future, to me, that's amazing. I will say, as president of North Dakota Corn Growers Association, one of our top values in our organization is to protect private property rights. And without getting into details of this project, we are pleased that the eminent domain has not been in North Dakota this far. In closing, I'm going to read just a little statement that we had a board meeting last week, and I'd like to say that what we agreed to in the statement. North Dakota Corn Growers Association supports opportunities for current and future market development of North Dakota value-added corn products, because it is becoming increasingly evident to be able to market to existing and growing markets, our state ethanol plants must significantly reduce our carbon intensity of the ethanol produced to sell into low carbon fuel markets. We support the state's ethanol plants' business decisions, develop their own carbon pipelines when feasible, and their ability to partner on a joint carbon pipeline to lower their carbon intensity score. It is also imperative that the process be used to complete these projects show respect for landowner property rights, including land infrastructure reclamation and continued stewardship. We believe eminent domain, while sometimes necessary, should be used as the law allows as a tool of last resort. Therefore, we support carbon capture, transportation technology, and sequestration that increases the profitability and financially sustainability of North Dakota corn producers. And this was voted on unanimously by our board. And I guess with that, I will open it up to questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Sir, it looks like you've got North Dakota, well, you do have the letterhead here, and I just want to be clear so there's not confusion. You were authorized to come and speak on the corn growers' behalf, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, you had stated, and again, I don't know if this is your personal belief or the corn growers' belief, but you can specify that or maybe both, that carbon intensity scores, you believe must go lower. That was your statement?
Correct.
And would you then therefore agree, would you therefore state that if the carbon intensity scores of ethanol plants don't go lower, then what, they go out of business, or what do you think would happen?
I believe that if they don't go lower, they will not have markets, so our price of corn will drop significantly because the demand for the corn is not there.
Okay.
They will not be able to sell to other countries, other states, that have these low fuel standards.
Okay. And do you think that ethanol plants would, go out of business, go bankrupt if this, 350 miles of pipeline from one ethanol plant in North Dakota is not built?
I guess I wouldn't speculate on that. I guess I don't know what the future holds as far as, government policies or things that come out one way or the other.
Okay. And you would agree there's maybe infinite a number of factors that can affect the price of corn?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that the price of corn has fluctuated from $1 back in the 1960s up to touching $8 a bushel without this carbon capture pipeline, correct?
That is correct. I guess I'll say too, as my job as a fellow corn grower and part of the North Dakota corn growers, our job is to kind of try to be able to create more demand any way we possibly can. And I feel like this is an opportunity to create more demand.
Do you know, are you expecting that other crops will be taken out of production so that more corn can be grown? Do you have any statistics on that if this project was to go through?
I don't have any statistics on that.
Okay. Would you agree right now there's kind of a rotation and there's only so much land to grow so much corn? Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. And typically, as the price of corn, we'll say, goes up, that a lot of times brings other crops with it, goes up also.
Right. And inflation, right? Inflation, rising prices can affect other rising prices. Okay. And so higher corn prices are bad for the consumer, right? Inflation's bad for the consumer. Haven't we learned that?
Sure.
Okay. Now you had mentioned sustainable fuel down in Georgia, and they're bringing up corn. I think, did you say corn ethanol, or no, that'd be sugar cane?
Correct.
Ethanol from Brazil.
Correct.
And is that one of the projects that Mr. Rastetter is involved with down there in Brazil?
I'm not aware of, I guess I don't know that.
Okay. Do you know if his Brazilian operations are directly competing with North American, specifically United States corn growers, farmers?
I guess I don't know his involvement, I guess, one way or the other.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
Just briefly, sir, I'm just wondering, you're here testifying on behalf of your association. I'm wondering, does the proposed line impact any property that you own in Richland County?
Yes, it does.
And is the line located, how close is the proposed line located to property you own?
Well, it's on property I own, and my farm where I live is 3/4 of a mile away or so, roughly.
Okay, so you signed an easement with Summit already?
Yes, I have.
Any concerns, any issues that you had with Summit during the process?
Yeah, there was a lot of concerns we had, but I guess I feel like our negotiations, if you will, or talks with them went really well. I mean, 2 out of the 3 fields that are impacted me as the one I own, the other 2 I rent, have 2 of them have drain tile on them. So we had a lot of concerns about that, and I feel that all of my concerns have been ratified.
Any relation to Cody?
He is my nephew.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Mr. Shook, any questions? Commissioner Chrisman?
Did I see your
Go
question?
Bison.
Absolutely.
Could you give me the legal description of the property that you own that has the easement?
Yes, 13250 Barney Township, section 32. It'd be the southwest quarter.
And I think the Corn Growers Board, did you say it's 13 members?
14 members, and then we have 3 at large and 3 industry reps as well.
Okay, and did you say that your statement was unanimously approved?
Unanimously adopted the statement I read. That's in the testimony. Yep.
Thank you for being here.
Yep. And the 14 is made up of 7 different districts all around the state.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Thank you. Chairman Chrisman knows I'm going to say this, go UND. Andrew, thank you for your testimony. I have no questions.
Mr. Dawson?
Thank you for your testimony. No questions.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would like to go next? Come on up. Can I get your name?
Ryan Carter.
Normal spelling, C-A-R-T-R. All right. And Mr. Carter, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
So I'll keep this short. Mr. Mauk and Mr. Peterson obviously had quite a bit of what I would have. So my name is Ryan Carter, and I serve as a COO of Tharaldson Ethanol. Today I'm here to talk about how important the Summit project is to North Dakota ethanol and ag industries. As our industry continues to get challenged to decarbonize our facilities, we have to figure out ways to accomplish this. The CO2 project will allow us to decrease our CI score by 30 points roughly. With that drop, it'll allow us to participate in the 45Z as part of the IRA. We also have other projects that will decrease our score by 50.
I'm sorry, for purpose of the record, again, I need to object to relevance on all this testimony. Thank you.
All right, the objection's noted. You can continue.
We also have other projects that will decrease our score by 15 plus points that will allow us to participate in 40B SAF markets. Today we have a growing SAF market, but not a low enough score to sell into it. Without the Summit project, these other projects won't get done as they won't financially make sense, as we need to have the CO2 facility to set the stage, as it will substantially lower our CI score. Without this project, we potentially face negative impacts on our company, which could also impact our economic growth in our communities and schools. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Sir, I appreciate you stressing the word potentially face, and you didn't come here to testify that Tharaldson is going to go out of business if this pipeline isn't built. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And you said you're looking into right now other types of things that can reduce your CI score?
Correct.
And those would be kind of on-site type of projects that wouldn't require any linear infrastructure, correct?
There would be infrastructure, yes.
Okay, but they wouldn't require a hazardous pipeline?
Technically, natural gas.
Okay, so why don't you tell me, what are you mentioned a 15-point reduction that you're working on right now. What are those projects you're working on?
Okay, so let me kind of start from the top. When we built Tharaldson Ethanol, that plant was going to be a coal-fired facility. We ended up changing that to a natural gas facility. Technically, then we had to default at a 98.6 CI score. Over the last, I've been there since 2011. Over that period of time, we have decreased our CI score down to a 69. We are basically stuck at this 69, except for maybe some little ones like a 15 or a 2-point or a 5-point that won't get us down to the 50 point CI score that gets us into the 45Z, which incentivizes us, but also gives us economic growth and capital to keep moving and improving in the efficiencies of our facility. So the 15-point would get us down to that 39, or excuse me, the 30-point summit line would get us down to 39. The 15 would get us down to 24. You got to be at a 25 CI score to qualify into the SAF market. We have other projects that we're looking at that potentially doing post-combustion carbon capture that would get us sub 5 with a goal at Tharaldson to be net zero in the near future.
Okay, so as the COO, did you say the Chief Operating Officer?
Correct.
Okay, so one of the leading, I guess, negatives on CI score can be the use or intensive use of natural gas. You're aware of that?
Correct.
Okay. Are you doing any projects that would reduce the natural gas utilization or deal with the natural gas in a way that could reduce your CI score?
Yes. So recently here, we just started up a high protein facility, which took down 2 of our rotary dryers down at the plant. So we reduced natural gas at that standpoint. We also are looking at CHP, so combined heat and power. Electricity is the highest factor when it comes to CI score. So we are going to start potentially producing our own electricity if we can get this summit line in to allow us to then move on with another $90 million capital investment.
And when you reference the SAF, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel market, do you have somewhere in mind that you would be selling to? Do you have any partnerships in place, or?
Hopefully eventually with what they're looking at on the growth over the next 10 years on the SAF market, I hope there's a lot of opportunities.
Okay.
Right now there's one opportunity, and we don't have, actually most of the ethanol industry does not qualify for that.
In the 45Z market, what's your understanding of how many years the 45Z market is available to you?
Right now 45Z is in law for 25, 26, 27. Hopefully it gets extended with this next administration coming in, but there's no promises.
Right. And so it's for 3 years. Summit's projected, even if approved by all the various states, they wouldn't be in service until 2026. So that's not giving you a very long runway on the 45Z, is it?
I don't know exactly what the timeline will be with this delay.
Okay, all right. And Tharaldson, your owner or some affiliate is also the wealthiest man in North Dakota. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely.
All right. And would you agree that for your project to benefit in the way you've talked about it, potentially benefit from a carbon capture storage, that Summit wouldn't have to necessarily store in South Dakota, correct? Would you agree with that?
Repeat that question.
Okay. If we assume that A, it's relevant, and B, there are some potential benefits, and then C, that weighs in favor of, granting this project, the benefits that you might receive don't depend on where the carbon is sequestered, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And so the benefits you might receive, given that you're on the far eastern part of the state, doesn't depend on 350 miles of pipeline in North Dakota. The pipeline could potentially drop down to Minnesota and then into Iowa, correct?
As long as we're hooked up to it.
Right, okay, all right. And you understand here today in this whole proceeding, we're only talking about the pipeline as the facility. Do you know that?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Do you think it's justifiable for 350 plus miles of hazardous pipeline to be introduced in this state to hook up to your plant and your plant only in North Dakota?
Others had opportunities.
Okay. And you're the only one that,
I'm only worried about Pendleton ethanol.
right, got it. Okay. All right, thanks, I appreciate it.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
Sir, do you own any property along the proposed line?
I do not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Schiff? Commissioner Chrisman?
Tell me, and I don't want to hear about like some standout that hauls corn 500 miles or something to you, but what's kind of the circle where you get the vast majority of your corn?
So at Tharaldson, we bring in about 60 million bushels of corn a year. We've got the best basis around the area with multiple commercial facilities. So we bring in from about 125 miles of a radius of the ethanol plant. We bring in a lot of shuttles off the RVW. So I mean, it's a substantial amount of corn.
No, I see on the map, there's an ethanol plant that looks kind of east of here about in Minnesota. So I presume a fair amount of the Minnesota corn goes there, or do you get a lot from Minnesota too?
You know, we do get, and there's one particular farmer that hauls to Fergus Falls and also hauls to us. And it all comes down to basis. I mean, if a farmer can justify the cost to hauling it an extra 50 miles to get an extra 15 cents per bushel for his corn, they're going to do it.
And so 150 mile radius, did you say?
Yep.
So you're up way north of Grand Forks, pretty much
We get
Canada.
we get some customers down from even Devil's Lake area.
Okay, and have you ever thought in that circle then, you know, would that be just a small percentage of the corn that's grown, or about what percentage of the corn do you think in that radius you buy?
I'd have to look at those numbers. I don't want to.
It's not really important for this anyway, but
It's a lot.
I guess the ag side.
So,
comes
and
out
kind of
in
how our system works is we're partnered with Clifford Elevators, so they procure all of our corn. We buy all that corn, so they own multiple facilities within probably a 75 mile radius of the plant as well. So I mean, it's kind of a partnership that we have, that contract with them, I guess.
No other questions, thanks.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
I have no questions.
Mr. Dawson?
No questions.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Have a good weekend.
Would like to go next? Good afternoon. Can I get your name?
My name is Shannon Newmeyer, Neumayer. I don't live in North Dakota. I live in Minnesota. I live in Grand Rapids.
Hang on, I got to swear you in.
Yep.
Were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes, ma'am.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I live in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. I'm here on behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 49, and it's nearly 15,000 members. We're a construction labor union representing heavy equipment operators here in North Dakota, as well as Minnesota and South Dakota. Our union has extensive experience building and maintaining pipeline infrastructure. We support pipelines because they're the most efficient and safest way to transport liquids and gases. But we believe pipelines should be built by experienced contractors with well-trained and paid workers. In this case, we have confidence that Summit will utilize contractors and workers that are ready to build this pipeline in a way that is protective of the public and the environment. We also believe this project will benefit local workers and the local economy. We believe the project as proposed meets criteria under state law, and we would encourage the commission to approve the project, which will benefit workers, the environment, and the economy.
All right, thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordy?
Yes. Sir, does your group have a contract with Summit?
So Summit hires a contractor that we provide labor to.
Okay.
We do have agreements with Summit that it will be done with union labor.
Okay. And you're aware, or I should ask it in form of a question, that when Summit first filed its proposal here, do you know if they were intending to use union labor, any of your members?
Yes, they were. It's always been they're going to use part of us. That portion has grown exponentially since this has come along.
Okay. Are you familiar with a company called, is it Pumpco?
Yep.
Okay. And are you aware that another entity, Liuna, had intervened in this matter, advocating for union workers who were not a part of it? And then I guess apparently now they've struck a deal. You're aware of that? Okay. And so do you now have more potential jobs going to union and your members than would have been in the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. What do you attribute that to?
Just relationships we built with Summit between the trades and ourselves.
Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, did you say you were pipe fitters, or what was your group?
Operating engineers.
Operating engineers. Very good. All right. And how many North Dakota residents in your group would you believe be working on this project?
I don't have that. I don't have that number. I do know that we represent 15,000 members in the tri-state area.
Okay.
I don't have the number of residents in any of the states.
Okay. So in terms of, North Dakota tax-paying citizens that might also be members that then might also have the ability to work on this project, we don't have those numbers. Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Pelham?
I don't have any questions for you, sure, thank you.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
I do not, but thank you for being here, Shannon.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
No questions, but thank you, Shannon.
Mr. Dawson?
Thanks for coming today. No questions.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. Can I get your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Jared Haggart, Hagert.
And Mr. Haggart, were you in the room when I went through the penalties for perjury?
I was.
And do you understand what perjury is?
I do.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Since I have submitted written testimony, I'll do my best to summarize it. It's rather short to begin with, but thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jared Haggart. I do serve citizens of District 20 in North Dakota in the House of Representatives. In addition to that, I am a farmer, fourth generation farmer up by Amaretto, North Dakota. That's in Grand Forks County. I also run a certified seed conditioning business that processes most of our commodities that we grow on the farm, like wheat and soybeans, for resale to retailers and other farmers. Prior to my service in the legislature, I did spend nearly 20 years representing North Dakota soybean farmers on state and national boards with a focus on building international and domestic demand for soybeans and soy products. And one of the things that we focused on in my tenure with the United Soybean Board, an organization that represents 500,000 U.S. soybean farmers, is sustainability. And this pipeline is core to a sustainability issue, I believe. So as a farmer, ag business owner, and industry advocate, I know that in order to survive and thrive, we do need to provide products that our customers demand. And right now, those products that are demanded are sustainable fuels and low emission energy. We have agriculture and energy in the state of North Dakota are the #1 and 2 industries. And this pipeline would provide a lifeline to the energy and ag markets.
I just have to insert my objection, Your Honor, relevance to this testimony.
All right, the objection's noted. You can continue.
All right, thank you. Being that the markets are focused on decarbonization and to gain access to those lower carbon markets like sustainable aviation fuel, this pipeline represents an opportunity to lower carbon scores for those providers, while also adding value to the bottom line of agricultural producers. On the energy side, although not utilized currently, it opens the window to be able to pursue enhanced oil recovery through the utilization of carbon. And I know in my testimony I referenced coal, and I referenced coal because of the capturing and sequestration portion, with the emissions helps them stay in business, and any decision by this body does impact the ability, with carbon pipelines going forward in that industry. But beyond that, in my service in the North Dakota House of Representatives, I serve as the chair of the interim tax committee and am the current vice chair of the House Finance and Taxation Committee. And in those duties, we have studied how large-scale infrastructure projects like this do benefit communities and the citizens of those communities. Albeit, the tax collections that are generated from the infrastructure do occur at the local level and are kept almost entirely by those respective political subdivisions. And because the project footprint does touch 9 counties in North Dakota, residents throughout North Dakota will directly benefit from this project. So as such, I respectfully request that the Public Service Commission approve Summit's project, as it is a critical step in unlocking the Bakken and the future of North Dakota. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Sir, I just want to be clear. You're here just speaking on your own personal behalf, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I think one of the last things you just said was unlocking the Bakken. And what did you mean by that, sir?
Well, as we're talking about the pipeline in this hearing, that represents an ability to move the amounts of carbon into sequestration right now for the current regulatory regime. But as that changes and as time moves on, there is a window, most likely a window to add enhanced oil recovery into the process.
Okay. Because certainly, obviously, you can't use CO2 that's permanently sequestered for enhanced oil recovery. So you're looking a little longer in the horizon. Is that right?
Correct. I think at last week's Williston Basin Petroleum Conference, Lynn Helms had referenced that in order for Bakken output to maintain where it's at, the carbon pipelines will be what are needed to keep the Bakken strong into the late 2030s when projected output is in decline.
And just for the record, who is Lynn Helms? What office?
Lynn Helms is the head of, I am blanking on it right now off the top of my head, but he is head of the Department of Mineral Resources.
Okay.
There it is.
That's right. I think that's right. And then, sir, do you personally have any land where this proposed pipeline would cross?
I don't.
Okay. How far, if you know, do you reside from the nearest point to this proposed route?
Probably about 80 miles.
Okay. And then you've got a background in farming. Do you or have you ever sold corn to any of the North Dakota ethanol plants?
I have, yes.
Okay. Have you ever sold to the Tharaldson plant?
I have indirectly through the elevators, yes.
Okay, all right. Do you know if Tharaldson has made any promise to share part of any of the profits they would get by reducing their CI score directly with the farmers? Are they going to be paying more for grain? Do you know anything like that?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think Mr. Jordy is trying to get into agreements between Summit and Tharaldson, and this is not the appropriate witness to answer.
You can just say, I don't know. I mean,
I'll allow him to answer if he knows.
You know, as far as any specific agreements, rising demand usually increases corn price. So, you know, through that, through the function of the market would be one way. Also, if you owned any shares in any of the co-op, you would benefit from that.
if prices go up, is what you're saying?
Well, through you know, dividend payments.
Okay. And then your testimony here, to access low carbon fuel markets, do you understand that there's very few low carbon fuel markets in the United States?
There are currently.
Have you kind of thought through what would happen if this were to be approved and there's a rush of access from the current ethanol plants hooked up to this pipeline to the low carbon fuel markets, what that would do to ethanol prices elsewhere?
Elsewhere, by what do you mean? Elsewhere?
Well, for the plants that aren't a part of any carbon capture storage and aren't selling into low carbon fuel markets, have you done any analysis on the effect on the consumer of prices if that were to occur?
So you're asking about, just so I'm clear, you're asking about ethanol plants that would not be selling into the sustainable aviation fuel market and what their corn prices would be or what impact it would have?
So what I'm getting at, I'm just trying to see if you've done any thinking on the opposite side, the flip side. So your claim is that this I'm just reading here, this pipeline will enable our ethanol, I'm assuming you mean North Dakota, do you mean North Dakota ethanol?
North Dakota ethanol.
North Dakota ethanol to be decarbonized to access greater low carbon fuel markets. What about everybody else? Have you looked at if there's actually negative adverse effects on those other plants that wouldn't participate in this project?
I think in the operation of the market, you know, each plant has its own decisions to make that way. You know, Tharaldson has made the decision to hook up to it. Others haven't, and they each have their own reasons, and I couldn't speculate on why.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
I'm just curious, Representative Haggard, is Amaretto up in that area way in northeast North Dakota that has been showing up as pretty dry this spring?
Not as dry as we were last summer. So Amaretto is directly south of the Grand Forks Air Force Base.
My NDON shows 1.69 inches of rain last night and today, so.
Yeah, we've been blessed with an abundance of moisture these last few days.
For you. Okay, but thanks for coming down, Representative Haggard, and I have no other questions.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Thanks for your testimony. I have no questions.
Mr. Dawson?
Thank you, no questions.
All right, thank you for your time.
We're going to take our afternoon break, but before we do that, can I just get a show of hands of anybody else that wishes to testify? 4, 5. Okay, thank you. Let's see, let's reconvene.
Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify. I had 3 clients show your hands in case you
Oh,
were just
okay.
asking about the public testimony.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. So just public testifiers, let's see, 3, 4. Okay. All right, that's helpful. We will, when we come back, we're gonna finish with the public testimony and then we'll return to landowner interveners. And I will again note, we need to be out of here by 7:30. So as speedily as we can go through that,
We will get
be
that done.
appreciated.
Yes.
We'll reconvene at 3:25. They're making their way back to their chairs. It's 3:25, so we're gonna get going again. Doing my best. All right, as I mentioned, we are going to continue with public testimony. So I will have you start by stating your full name for the record.
My name is Michael Brandenburg. And I'm going to object to this testimony. I believe this gentleman testified recently, maybe on April 22nd. I have new information.
All right.
I will not repeat myself.
Okay, I appreciate
Promise.
that. And Mr. Brandenburg, were you in the room when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, commissioners, as well as the people attending. The point that I would like to make and I'd like to point out is, first of all, I am a fourth generation farmer. And my great grandfather homesteaded in 1902. So I have a long history of agriculture in my blood. And it goes back to what's made everything work. But the one point that's been talked about today that has not really been pointed out is in this 352 miles of pipeline, it's not for one ethanol plant. We know that Wahpeton, whose fructose plant eats corn, they got a problem. They got to do something. We know that Hankinson isn't on board yet, but they got a problem. They got to get their score down too. Also, Spiritwood is another one. So there's 3 plants that do not have a solution to their problem that do have to get that carbon score down. And with this pipeline, they can do it, and they're right beside it. Other than Spiritwood would have, they're about 50 miles away from it. The other thing is down that pipeline goes down into South Dakota for a reason. There's 5 ethanol plants going all the way from Groton to Mina. So when you start looking at just in our trade area, you're looking at somewhere around 9 ethanol plants that are going to be benefited by this pipeline to take it out and to western North Dakota and into the future too for possible oil recovery too. And then, so I think that's important to be pointed out as a testimony today, because it's not just for one ethanol plant. And also, Summit Solutions is a lifeline for ethanol in the state. I've lived through it, that $1 bushel corn. I've enjoyed $7.78 corn too. But I can tell you, as 50 years in farming, those ethanol plants have brought a guaranteed 50 cents a bushel to my bottom line. There are times when the basis is right, it can hit $1 a bushel. And so what would happen without the ethanol plants in this state, as well as in northern South Dakota, we would definitely have a setback. And so the Summit Solutions pipeline is important to ethanol, as Tundra is to the coal plants. It's a lifeline. Project Tundra is a lifeline to the coal plants, and Summit Solution is a lifeline to the ethanol plants and to the future of the state. This state runs on 3 things: agriculture, energy, and all the rest. And you pretty much can break it down to a third energy, a third agriculture, and a third everything else. And that's how North Dakota runs. And I sit on I'm representative from District 28, and I sit on the Appropriations Committee, so I know the numbers pretty good. And so I just wanted to share that for the record, because I think has not been really clarified today. So with that, I would answer any questions.
Mr. Glut, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Sir, do you sit on the boards of any ethanol plants?
No, I do not.
All right, and because you made the statement that 9 ethanol plants will benefit from this pipeline, but you don't have any information that any of the other plants are contracted with this particular project, do you?
Well, I can, what I see that, Mr. Jordy, is that there's 9 ethanol plants along the pipeline. And some have joined in, some have not. But the question that was asked earlier about, ethanol plants, they're good businessmen. Then they see that they can hit that aviation fuel market, and they're looking at the aviation fuel market. I'm glad you asked that question, because currently, right now, we produce 15 billion gallons of ethanol in the United States. With the aviation fuel market, just nationally, it's 20 billion gallons potential, 100 billion gallons internationally. So if you're dealing now with 15 billion gallons of ethanol, you can expand that more than double with aviation fuel. And you got to get down to, as Ryan Carter explained from the ethanol industry, if you're going to have that market, you're going to have to get down there. And Brazil has taken our market away right now. I mean, we have ethanol coming from Brazil going to California because we don't have the carbon score. And so this carbon score, this pipeline, dealing with the CO2 emissions, is going to enable us to have those markets that we don't have right now.
Okay, so then is the answer that, I mean, to my question, you don't have any information about some new contracts of these other 8 ethanol plants with Summit, correct?
What, Ms. Jordy, what I can tell you is our family hauls a lot of bushels of corn into the ethanol plant in Spiritwood, as well as the local co-ops. We haul them there and during harvest time to our current Edge Lake Co-op, as well as Verona, because you can't sit in line for more than 2 hours when you're harvesting. And then in the off season, we haul the rest of it to the ethanol plant, and that ethanol plant is the profitability in our farm.
All right, so you have no knowledge of any other plants being contracted with Summit, correct? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, all right. So the statement 9 ethanol plants will benefit from this pipeline, that's just pure speculation on your part, correct?
Well, Mr. Jordy, you could speculate it, but if anybody can make money doing it, they're going to sign on.
Well, sir, they've had 3 years and it hasn't happened, right?
Well, Mr. Jordy, you can look at the market, and you can look at the world, and you can look at whether you agree with what's going on the East Coast or the West Coast, but that's where the population is, and that's where they're asking for this to happen. And so the votes where it matters. Do I agree with everything that's going on here? No. But do I agree with what those people want? The customer is who you have to please, and that's what they want.
So when corn was $1 a bushel, was that because there wasn't a Summit carbon pipeline?
Oh, it was when, Miss Jordy, when I was younger, it was 40 years ago, I was in the National Guard keeping food on the table, and that's all the price was. And then we had Jimmy Carter and embargo, and when corn went from $5, I can remember in 75, corn was around $4.50 and hitting $5. And I told my dad, I said, hey, we're at a new era. Things are going to change. The farms are going to grow. We're never going to go back. And then came the embargo, and corn was down to $1 within a year. Wheat was less than $2, and we almost went broke. And so I've lived through these markets. I've lived through these political confrontations, and it's all about living through it and surviving those times. And you got to have some equity when that happens, because if you lose the equity, you got nothing left. That's why a lot of people did go broke.
And then in 2012, when corn spiked to over $7, was that because there wasn't a carbon pipeline in this state?
Oh, Mr. Jordy, it didn't spike in 2012. It spiked in 2019 when COVID hit. And everybody was scared and everybody was buying. I don't know. The markets went wild. We had a war over in Ukraine and Russia, and then they had the Black Sea issue. And if I could have rubbed a crystal ball, I would have contracted 3 years out, because it would have been smarter. But I didn't do that because I wasn't smart enough.
So you agree that, I mean, you keep talking about all these global and world events and massive macro events, and that's really what affects corn supply, corn price, right?
Absolutely, Ms. Jordy. It's world events that, I mean, Europe has been doing carbon capture. Other countries are doing carbon capture. The world is, I mean, we're doing carbon capture because that's what today is is on the menu. That's where the money's going, and you know, whether you agree with it or not, that's where it's at.
And were you here for the testimony of the COO of the Tharlson plant and then the president of the North Dakota Corn Growers?
Yes, I was.
And so you heard them when asked by me if this project doesn't go through, are you going to go bankrupt? Or are you going to go out of business? And they didn't give me an affirmative answer to that, correct?
Yeah, and that's probably one of the reasons why I'm up here, because I can tell you right now, if we lose those ethanol plants, I can tell you 20 years ago when we had a little ethanol plant up in Grafton that Harold Newman had, and we tried to get, you know, that was our ribbon we hung on the wall saying, yeah, we got an ethanol plant. Now we've got 6 ethanol plants in the state grinding over half of our corn, and it's been a blessing. It's taken if you look at the agriculture and how it has improved, corn prices have brought wheat up, corn prices have brought soybeans up. You've got the corn soybean rotation. It's a world market. It's not just North Dakota with walls around. It's the United States. It's the world. It's everybody that we have to answer to in this day of age, because you can Google anybody. I mean, there's people. We can find out what's going on in Russia. And we can find out what's going on in China. We can find out what's going in other countries and all around the world. All you got to do is Google it. It's there. They know what we're doing. And that's one of the reasons we've lost a lot of our markets. You know, we've lost over 20% of our export markets in the last couple of years. And one of the reasons is because Brazil is embracing carbon capture. Because when these buyers and traders go out and buy their products, they don't just buy corn. They buy wheat, they buy soybeans, they buy barley, they buy all kinds of products. And you keep listening to the reports. We went from $7 corn a couple of years ago, 3 years ago, down to now $4 corn. Beans have dropped $4. Wheat went from $9 to $6. And that just puts a tight, yeah, it hurts. And if the farm economy is not good in North Dakota, it's not going to be good for North Dakota.
And corn price, commodity prices, ebb and flow, that's just something that we
Absolutely.
can expect, right? You don't expect that to change.
It's going to go up and down. But if you have one thing we're losing, I think is important to point out, is that with the electronic vehicles, the EVs that are happening, and you go into the bigger cities that, it's a good thing because they have, I've been in California when I was a kid, and, and then the pollution, the smog, I understand those people. Out here, we don't have that problem. I mean, it's a partnership when you can find a new market, and we need to have that new market with aviation fuel, because if we can't, you got a whole bunch of rich people flying planes around, polluting the earth, and here we are trying to bring things together and do the right thing and be good stewards of the land as well as for the air. And so they need to get their carbon score down on these high intensity planes that use, jet fuel. And all we're doing is putting blends of ethanol in that we did 30 years ago with gasohol. And so if we can hit that market and expand the corn market, because we're going to lose some on the gasoline and diesel fuel. And if we can replace that with the aviation fuel market, it's a win-win for everybody.
When did you first become aware of this application, this summit application that was filed back in 2022?
Ms. Jordy, I suppose it was a couple of years ago before our last session.
Okay.
Yeah, and see, I've got 113 miles of this in my district.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've dealt with a lot of people that, that had a lot of concerns. And that first group that came out, landmen, yeah, the stories that you're hearing, they were bad. But Summit fired them all, and they hired new people. And they're trying to negotiate with these people, but if you won't talk to them, you can't negotiate with them. So somebody's got to talk. I mean, over 80% of them signed up. Had a group in Dickey County that was with an attorney and about 30 farmers, and they came to an agreement. And that's my concern, is that those people, that the landowners are treated fair and paid a good price. And that's my concern of the people I represent. Also, I'm concerned about farmers that live in because I'm in corn country. We raise corn, we have ethanol, all the ethanol plants are in my district are just outside of it. And they all are saying the same thing, is without the ethanol plants, I don't want to go back to $2 corn or $3 corn, because all we'll have then is sort of feed a bunch of cattle. And there's not enough cattle to get rid of all the corn, because we didn't produce them. We probably produced 150 million bushels of corn 20 years ago. Now we're producing 400 million bushels, 350 to 400. If you have a good year, maybe more. And with the yields and the technology, we might be hitting 450, maybe 500 million bushels someday. We got to have a place for that corn to go. And the ethanol plants are that place.
And so then do you agree with Governor Burgum that if the landowner doesn't want to be a part of this project, they just say no and Summit will go around you?
I've actually said that last time when I testified. I said that if the farmer doesn't want it, the landowner doesn't want it, go somewhere else, go around them, there's always a place around them. I mean, you're down to basically 15, 20% left, and a lot of them are just waiting to see what happens here. And there's some that are saying no and never. And some of them are good negotiators. You know, us farmers are good businessmen. We know how to run a business. We've done it all our life, and they just want to be treated right.
And you'd said that Summit is the future of North Dakota. And for you, sir, to make that statement, if this project didn't happen, would South Dakota take over North Dakota? Or, I mean, there's no future anymore?
No, Mr. Jordy, if the Summit doesn't happen, the ethanol plants up here won't have a market to sell their ethanol in future years. And the ethanol plants, maybe down south, if they get something going down there. We have Red Trail and we have Blue Flint that do have formations, but I don't want to haul my corn 150 miles. I mean, I can haul it to Spiritwood for 50 miles. I mean, you put a truck on the road and you start making a bunch of trips. When we start hauling to the ethanol plant, Spiritwood, we got 5 trucks and we can make 4 trips a day. That's if you get up early and get rolling and get right away. And you start hauling bushels and, you get wore out after the day. So why do I want to go 150?
Have you ever considered a future where you're growing crops other than corn or significantly reducing corn, or you think you're married to corn?
In my lifetime, I think I used to raise all wheat and barley and sunflowers, and then the birds came, took away the flowers. The blackbirds, they're pretty tough on flowers, especially in the prairie pothole region. And then the corn came, and then the rock roller came with the soybeans and the new technology, and it's taken our farm to a whole different level. It really has. The corn and soybean rotation is a good rotation too for both the weeds and for diseases.
And you've run a good operation and been profitable without this pipeline, haven't you?
At this point, we have, but Ms. Jordy, the new rules that have come in with the carbon score, which affects both the ethanol plants, agriculture, it also affects the coal plants dealing with the carbon capture. It also affects the future of the state. And it's because of federal regulations that have happened we're sitting here today. I mean, I wish, if I could rub a crystal ball, I wish we could go back and just say, hey, leave us alone and we'll keep doing what we're doing. But didn't happen. And the people on the East Coast, the West Coast, where the votes are, said this is what we're going to do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
Representative Brandenburg, you said something early on, and then you might have answered my question here toward the end. A little basis. what I'm trying to get at. So I come from Western North Dakota. I'll tell you, I get down to a place like Wapaton and I look at this flat, fertile, wet ground, and I feel like I've traveled 1,300 miles instead of 300. But you farm at Ellendale, right?
Edgeley.
At Edgeley, kind of in
Same
between,
thing.
not like Red River Valley, but not like Southwest North Dakota, right?
We're right at the edge of the Coteau Hills. We're in corn country, but we're right on the edge of corn country. But we can raise some really good corn, and that's if the rain can get over the hills sometimes.
So you mentioned early on when you were reflecting back 40 plus years, you mentioned wheat.
Yeah.
Now here at the end, you were talking about raising a lot of corn, and so maybe you sort of covered it, but how, as a percentage of what you grow on your farm, I'm imagining your farm is probably grown like most have, but as a percentage for you and to the extent you know on your neighbors, how has it evolved? Like what percentage wheat versus corn would you say in those days?
40 years ago, maybe even 30, I'd say 40 years ago, we were all wheat and barley and sunflowers. And now we're 50% corn and 50% soybeans. And once in a while, if we have, a rotation issue with some weeds, we'll put in, a few hundred acres of wheat, just to take care of that. So our corn, and my neighbors are the same way. The wheat crop is it's non-existent in our part of the country because it's more corn and soybeans in our area.
And so is that because corn and soybeans are just so much easier or more fun, or is it because the market has called for that change?
Corn and soybeans are not easier than wheat. I can tell you that, Commissioner. It used to be pretty nice. We'd be done, and we can, we could go deer hunting. We used to deer hunt, and I don't even get the gun out anymore because we're all sitting in the combine. But we let our neighbors hunt. It's intensive.
Evolution has become because of what the market demanded, right?
The market is demanding, and so I farm with 3 of my sons. I've got 3 other brothers that are farming. I got nephews that are farming. Our farm has evolved into a good sized farm, and it's because of corn and beans that has allowed it to happen.
No other questions? Thanks for being here, and sorry about mixing up the E-towns.
Commissioner Haugen Hoffert.
Hello, Representative.
Oh,
You don't have to be afraid.
I'm not afraid. I just wonder what you're going to ask.
No, you've touched on, you've testified before, and I'm not going to ask you a question based on your prior testimony to move things along. So I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, Representative.
I hope I didn't repeat myself, but I probably touched on some areas that.
Thank you. All right, who would like to go next? Good afternoon. Can I get your name?
Teresa Bauer, B-A-U-E-R.
Ms. Bauer, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes, I was.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes, I do.
In being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes, I do.
Right, thank you. Go ahead.
I will be brief. I have 7 paragraphs, and some of it might seem repetitive. Bear with me. Thank you for your time today and for allowing me to give my personal testimony. I attended the public hearing held in Mandan, and I noticed the press was there, so I looked forward to reading the newspaper article that I thought would recap the meeting. Granted, there was a lot of material to cover, but I remember being disappointed that the writer failed to mention what I thought was the most glaring safety concern voiced at the hearing. Namely, why won't Summit release their confidential information regarding the plume dispersion model of the CO2 in the event of a pipeline breach? What are they hiding? Don't emergency responders need this information to know what they're facing when a breach occurs? When the CO2 pipeline in Mississippi breached, the plume traveled 16 miles. That was a 24-inch pipeline at 1400 PSI, which I believe are the same specifications proposed by Summit for this project. But that pipeline at the time of the event was only half filled. How far would that plume travel from a full pipeline? How would a release notice be given? If the plume travels 16 miles, every citizen in every city and town along the pipeline is in immediate danger of possible death by asphyxiation since CO2 displaces oxygen. Emergency response teams have not been trained to respond to a breach, and to my knowledge, they do not have the necessary equipment. So who pays for the equipment, the additional training, and the additional personnel if there aren't enough volunteers in rural communities? Does our medical community have the capacity to provide the necessary treatment in the event of a breach? The newspaper article also failed to mention the potential for CO2 to contaminate our water sources. It is unknown how CO2 will impact rivers, reservoirs, lakes, and aquifers. Will the CO2 remain sequestered? The article also did not mention how unstable geophysical topography will be addressed during construction and, more importantly, over the life of the project. We know how frost and torrential rain can cause land to shift, erode, and slide. We bury people deeper than this pipeline project proposes to lay their pipe. Will this pipeline turn towns and cities into a North Dakota Maui disaster? Currently, this proposed pipeline project will lay pipe within 4 miles of the populated area of Bismarck, Mandan, Lincoln, and Wahpeton. It is much closer to other inhabited structures along the remainder of the pipeline. What is the cost to ranchers if there is a breach and hundreds of cattle die? How do landowners recover their lost property value when the pipeline doesn't cross their land, but they are literally across the road from it? If even one rural family loses their lives because they didn't know a breach occurred or emergency responders couldn't reach them in time, is that an acceptable incidental cost of doing business? It seems to me that Summit stands to make a lot of money at the expense of North Dakota taxpayers, and I know this paragraph is repetitive, so I will not repeat it. We know electrical grid reliability is an issue. This project will add load to North Dakota's system. Is it correct to say that Summit and all electrical system users will share the cost of the additional load put on the system by Summit's proposed pipeline project? Is this fair? Will it result in higher electrical rates? If the electrical system is compromised by winter storms or an overload, who loses power first? Is it the ranchers' tank water heaters? Is it the electricity going to rural homes? Is it our community schools, our hospitals? Have landowners who signed easement agreements with Summit sold their land for the price of an easement? Let me repeat that. Have landowners who signed easement agreements with Summit sold their land for the price of an easement? I encourage you to listen to the recording of the May 20th Burleigh County Commission meeting. Commissioner Bittner does a detailed explanation of how the pore space storage facility is transferred to the state and how this also transfers the surface land area too. This land transfer will move ownership of the land to the state and allow Summit to walk away from the project and leave all decommissioning costs with the state. Does this mean all North Dakota taxpayers will pay for decommissioning this project? As a side note, if I remember correctly, Summit transfers the land to the state about the time that the federal money for this project ends. The debate here seems to be between big money interests and North Dakota citizens who want assurance their safety will not be compromised. Why the rush? Why not wait for the new federal regulations regarding CO2 pipelines? If the new federal regulations increase safety requirements to the point that it negates building this pipeline because of increased expenditures, then maybe it shouldn't be built now. Is this pipeline project being rushed through before new federal regulations for projects of this size and scope are put in place in the hope that this pipeline project will be grandfathered in. I encourage those of you who want more information about the pipeline project to visit Burleigh County Opposing Carbon Capture on Facebook. It was intriguing to read about Governor Burgum's involvement in the project, about the politics behind the scenes, whose family members are employed by which companies, and about the Century Code changes made years ago that seemingly forced landowners to accept unwanted easements and strip their rights away from them. I have only scratched the surface of the material gathered in this group's post, but I can tell you it is fascinating reading. In summary, the experiment of sequestering this massive amount of CO2 should not be done using North Dakota citizens. The PSC Commission is tasked with protecting community safety, and I know you do not take that lightly. I encourage you to remember your commitment and responsibility to the citizens of North Dakota. I believe this project is a money grab by climate change activists. I encourage you to choose wisely. Thank you.
Mr. Glut, any questions?
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Bauer, are you familiar with Chapter 3822 of the North Dakota Century Code?
That actually was one of the chapters referenced by Commissioner Bittner during the May 20th meeting.
Are you aware that within that provision of the Century Code that it's only titled to the carbon dioxide that transfers to the state and that no other property rights are transferred to the state?
Well, it's my understanding, according to Mr. Bittner, if his testimony is correct at the meeting, that due to a 2009 change to the Century Code, that the land surface cannot be separated from the pore space.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Jordy, any questions?
Are you aware that PHMSA doesn't have any rules that require the dispersion modeling be confidential?
Was not aware of that. And
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We got a pretty good recap of a lot of prior testimony, and we let it come in as we believe it should. It's public testimony. But to now to go through a lengthy cross-examination on a lot of repetitive testimony, I think is, we could use our time better.
I agree, and that's one of the specific areas the commission has already determined it does not have jurisdiction over. So I would ask that you refrain from any more questions or testimony regarding PHMSA requirements.
Okay, so what was your answer? You didn't know? You said you didn't know?
No, I asked you, I'm sustaining the objection.
Oh, you sustained the objection. Okay, all right. So just as an offer of proof then, I'm making that as an offer of proof because it's the state that oversees that and the feds have no role in determining what's confidential, and Summit could provide these to all of us if it wanted to. So
this witness would have testified to that? That's your offer of proof?
I can do it with other witnesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
This witness can't testify to that, Mr. Jordy. An offer of proof properly made is a witness who would testify to something that is overruled as an objection. That's the proper way to do it.
Yep. I'll bring several then during our technical hearings. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
Yes. Ms. Bauer, where do you live in Burleigh County?
I live north of 1804 and west of 83 within the North Bismarck ETA, approximately less than 4 miles south of the pipeline, the proposed pipeline.
And do you own any property, ma'am, that is proposed to be crossed by the pipeline?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Shook, any questions? Commissioner Chrisman?
Most of that, did you say about 4 miles south of the newest reroute?
Yes.
Okay,
That's as near as I can determine with the Summit maps based on their scale.
No other questions, but thanks for coming all the way over here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Hi, Teresa. I have no questions for you, but thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Dawson?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bauer.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else that wishes to provide public testimony? Yep, come on up. Oh, we've got two. Come up, sir. Sir, if you want to start making your way up too, I saw you stand up over there. Yep, if you want to make your way up, start making your way up. All right, good afternoon. Can I have your name?
Laverne Koenig,
Can you spell your last name for me?
Koenig.
And were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yep.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today? All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Laverne Koenig. I'm a spokesperson for a petition that we're circulating. One of the issues is to repeal and replace the eminent domain provision of our Constitution. It's basically unconstitutional because they allowed these companies to go on your property in violation of the Fourth Amendment. And then it says in there that the compensation shall be determined or ascertained by a jury. But all the people that has experienced eminent domain have never been given a jury trial. And it doesn't matter if it's for the pipeline or the water boards, these utility lines and all that stuff. Nobody's been given a jury trial like the Constitution mandates. We're also expanding that I'm not for or against this pipeline. I'm neutral, but I'm saying before they can use eminent domain or any of that type of procedure, it has to be put to a vote of the people statewide. If the people agree that it's a good deal, then they can proceed. They can't go on to people's property until there's been a jury trial had to give them that permission. But any landowner that's against that doesn't have to let them go on, even if they do, until all appeals process has been utilized. Second thing is, we own the land. It's my land. Why are they telling me how much you're going to give me for my land? We go to the gas pump, we have to pay what the gas pump says. We buy electricity, we have to pay what they say. Why are the people being treated like they're inferior? That these multi-million-dollar projects are only about bringing economic revenue in. And our state legislature's taking the rights of the people away from them. So many of them are attorneys. So we got a consequence for that is we're going to take away all your law licenses. It's going to be invalidated and voided until you can recite the North Dakota Constitution in total and taking the bar exam again. And then, because we know that you're not honest, we're going to make you recite that. That recitation has to be audio and video recorded, time and date stamped. We're also expanding, I don't know how many people of you are appointed or how many are elected, but we're going to expand that term limit thing to everybody. Appointed 2 terms in your history, it's going to be applied retroactively so that people get, there's too much money going on the table about these special interest projects. In our eminent domain process, we're saying that when they cross my land or your land or whoever's land, they pay you 1% of their gross revenue annually. There won't be no taking it with, I heard some people say 99-year leases. That won't be happening. We're going to change that, so it's got to be a term. This one lady said that sometime in maybe in the next 100 years, this pipeline company could sell it to other companies. We're going to put a provision in there that once that, if they sell that pipeline to somebody else, that terminates any easements they may have. But we're also like in our wind generation plants and all that, 20% of that revenue has to stay in the state to lower our price. There's no reason that we're paying $3.50 a gallon for gas when we can make more money selling it on the world market. So we could be paying $1 a gallon for gas instead of 3.50. My since February 25th, I've probably put 13,000 miles on my car going throughout the state, because this is all statewide issues. Stop the diversion, stop this, because it's our tax dollars. It's just a gift to these people that we have to continue paying more and more taxes, because everything's going to go up in time. There's a drain 11. When they started that was a $4 million project now before they
I would object. We're outside the scope of this hearing at this point. I'd ask that you ask the witness to testify specifically as to the pipeline application and the permit that's applied for before the commission. Thank you.
Yeah, if you could limit your comments to just this pipeline, I'd appreciate that.
Well, like I'm saying, it should be eminent domain is unconstitutional. They should have to put it to a vote of the people before any pipeline can be even thought about. If we put this on the ballot, I'm sure that the people are going to vote the eminent domain down, and we're going to have a new set of rules for that. And so whatever you guys decide, maybe wait till November, December and see what the outcome of the general election is.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Jordy?
No, thank you very much.
Mr. Pelham?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
What's this, you said wait until November to see what the result of the election is. Is your petition, do you have the signatures and it's turned in and it's going to be on the ballot this year? Because
not yet. We haven't got, well, we had almost 45 people on there, but then the petition was 40 some pages long. And so when we started shortening it up, some of them didn't like that. And then I also found out we had to have affidavits. And some people said, no, we don't want to do that. So, but we had too many, like Fargo against the diversion. I said, no, this has got to be a statewide issue. So I've been driving all over the state trying to find people throughout the state. But when we turn it in, depends when I turn it in. Then the Secretary of State has 5 to 7 days to approve it or the form, and then if he approves it, then we got together approximately 35,000 signatures to get it by July 8th to get it on the ballot.
thank you.
We're hoping to get 100,000.
Oh, I forgot to. Where are you from?
My mother, she's in heaven. No,
Where do you live?
Blanchard, North Dakota.
Right.
Up in Trail County, Blanchard, North Dakota.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
I have no questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
Nothing, thank you.
All right, and sir, I didn't see your name on the sign-in sheet. There's one right there, if you wouldn't mind signing in before you go.
Do that.
Thank you. And sir, if you want to come up. Good afternoon. Can I have you state your name for the record?
Paul Kuzel,
Can you spell your last name?
Auzel.
Mr. Kuzel, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes.
And do you know what perjury is?
Yes.
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I guess I never planned on coming up here today. We just kind of came to check it out and stuff, but I visited with my neighbors over here and they said, this could be your last chance to say anything, kind of explain your cause. And that's, so I'm up here and I don't really have a lot, just mainly my unique situation. So I live in Richland County by Wymer, just south there, and with my wife and 2 boys. And, we heard about the pipeline here back when it started and I learned a little bit about it. A lot of visits from people and stuff like that. And we never were much for it. Still aren't in that. And we got approached with different reroutes and stuff and said, I'm really not interested in that because where we live and where our shop, it was within hundreds of feet. I never went and measured it, but it was in the hundreds of feet. And then every day I travel to our farm and we would cross, then I would cross the pipeline every day going to work. And that's where on the north side where we live and south side where I work. So it's kind of right in between there, which a different location is too. And then I said, well, the neighbors have visited, they really want it and stuff, they can sure have it. But they weren't interested in that, moving it that far or whatever and stuff. So this unique situation with us is, you know, through the years we bought property from, this runs east and west, and our property's north and south, and that runs like nearly 4 miles. And then on the north end is the river, which I don't know if they can put their pipe in the river area, but our property starts at the end of the river and runs south for approximately 4 miles. So how do you reroute is my question with that. So, you know, I don't want to be smart, but I'd like to say 500 feet from these guys' residence. That's where I would like to see it. But I don't think the pipeline's needed. This is our best land that would be damaged. On the way up here, we saw a pipeline area, water the whole way. Where the pipe was, it's all water. Just sits there. I don't know what, in the future, I was planning to build a building towards where this pipeline is proposed. So I'm guessing if that was there, that building probably couldn't be put up, I would guess. And from the beginning, like others said, bully approach, how much money would it take type of talk. And I said, there's no money worth a life. So it's basically what I have. And we don't want eminent domain. So that's about all I have. And I don't know if I can answer questions or not, but that's about all I got.
All right, thank you. Mr. Glut, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Jordy?
So you are a directly affected, targeted landowner, is that right?
Yes.
And what's your best estimation for how far the proposed center line of the route would be from your home?
From our house, we could see it all, our bedroom. I'd say maybe 700 feet from the house and probably 500 from the shop area.
And I take it you spend quite a bit of time in and around the shop area?
Yeah, every day. Yeah.
Okay, and your kids are probably in and outside in the nicer months in and around your home?
Yes.
And as Summit asked you to sign a waiver, in other words, that they believe you might be 500 feet or closer to the pipeline.
There's been so many things asked and I always just have said no.
Okay.
I don't know what it's all even been.
And then you said you had future plans to maybe build and expand and develop economically your own property, but you wouldn't do that if the pipeline was located where they propose.
Correct. I'd have to go somewhere else because it wouldn't be safe there.
And going somewhere else would be an inconvenience and increase your costs?
More than likely, yeah, because it was a convenient location. Like, you know, you'd have to build up the property, accommodate it, make it work.
Has anyone from Summit approached you with a workaround, a solution, any type of solution that would alleviate?
There was a reroute a few hundred feet and that didn't cut it for me. No, it's still close.
And have they explained why they refuse to move it to accommodate you?
Well, not necessarily, no.
Okay. And then there's been some discussion about value of land. Would you purchase farm ground or any ground if you knew it had the Summit carbon pipeline on it?
Have to be quite low.
Okay, maybe a considerable discount.
Right.
But in any event, you wouldn't locate your home or any buildings on the property?
No, sir.
And to be clear, are you asking the commission to deny this, or are you asking them, if they don't do that, to at least reroute around you, or what's your specific request?
Well, I'm asking for denial. We don't want to see it at all. But like I said, how do you reroute? Either you have to cross a river, and the river bottom's about a quarter mile wide, or you have to go like 7 miles south. So to get away.
So, and I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with their property, but can't they just go maybe a few thousand feet south? Why do you say they have to go 7 miles south?
That's all, we own all that property, that long, 4 mile stretch there. So it wouldn't be 7, but maybe 5 or 6 to get past that.
Okay.
Sweet. So then from our farmstead and shop, then the next one is my dad's, which our son is moving to eventually. The next one's my brother. The next one's his son. So we have farms and yards right down the line there.
Okay, so along the whole area, it's not just your residence, you have your entire family.
Any multiple yards that we run out of.
Are you here also speaking on their behalf, their opposition?
Yeah, I guess I am, yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I would just suggest, if you have a reroute, you may want to submit it to the PSC here, but I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Kuzel, thanks for being here. Just wondering if you can provide the legal description of your property where the proposed line is proposed to be crossed.
So I have the name of the townships. One is Dexter Township, number 1, northeast quarter. And the other is Liberty Grove, section 6, northeast quarter.
And I think you said bully tactics. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that. What do you mean by the bully approach?
Well, like a lot of people said, this is where it's going. We're coming through. Just get ready for it. You know.
Did you have conversations with representatives of Summit?
Yes.
And approximately when would the first conversation that you recall?
Guessing it was in 21 sometime.
And when they first came to you, what was their request, or what did they tell you?
Was it wanting to get signed up? You know.
So they provided you a copy of an easement?
Yeah, there's like a stack of this.
And haven't signed it. Were there follow-up conversations with Summit?
And many different people came and called and harassed some.
When you say harass, can you be more specific as to what you mean by that?
Just the steady calling and wanting to get it done. And to this day, I just don't want it there. You know, you live somewhere your whole life, and your parents, grandparents, all of them have lived there, and it's been safe. We've never had an issue. Well, now this is an issue, and it's not going to be the same old place it used to be.
And I know that you already testified that you don't really see how a reroute can work because of the amount of property you own and the proximity to the river. In your mind, is there any reroute that could be proposed to Summit in your mind?
Like I said, way south or north across the river. Which would be, I don't know how that works when you're crossing rivers and stuff, but that's the only thing I see feasible for us.
When you had these conversations with Summit, were they in person or were they on the phone mostly?
First, right off the bat, it was in person. They'd come over, and then it was phone after that.
All right, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Shook, any questions?
So you don't have the township range
Like I
information
said,
other
I
than
didn't
just the
plan on
township name?
coming up here today. This is by memory.
No, and that's fine. I can look it up. I was trying to kind of pull it up on the map as we were talking here, but those names will help. I'll be able to figure it out. I just may not be while you're still on the stand, but thank you for coming.
Commissioner Chrisman?
No, I also was gonna look at the maps, but we don't have township names on our maps, so, I don't have any questions, but I do appreciate you coming up all the way from Wyndmere. Good to have you here.
Commissioner Haugenhofer?
Yes, Paul, thank you for testifying. I do have a question or maybe a follow-up. When was the last communication you had with Summit?
Well, it would be quite a ways back. I had gotten in with a group at the Striggy law firm in town here that was concerning all the pipeline stuff, and it was over our head, so I just had them help. And then there was a last ditch effort by Summit to buy us out, and it was, very, generous, but still the money wasn't worth it to us. And that would probably be the last connection we've had with them. It's got to be over a year ago, over a year.
Okay.
I
Did
don't
you read-
know that for certain, but
Yeah.
it's been a while back.
So we'll just say, would you approximately a year ago?
Right.
Did you retain the attorney? Or,
No,
no?
haven't, no.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzel. And I don't know, I didn't see your name on the sign-in sheet either, so if you wouldn't mind signing in, I'd appreciate it. Is there anybody else that would like to provide public testimony? All right, I'll turn back to you, Mr. Jordy.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Where is she? We will call Valera Hand. Yeah, please. She's got it.
Good afternoon. I'll have you start by stating your full name for the record and spelling your last name.
Valera Hayen, Hayen.
And were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes,
And do you understand what perjury is?
yes,
And being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jordy.
Ma'am, your targeted land is in Sargent County Township, 130 North, Range 58 West, and in sections 11, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, you,
Hang on.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was making another note and I didn't write fast enough, but I'd like to be looking it up while you're working.
Absolutely.
Could you repeat the land descriptions?
Okay, so we're in Sargent County and it's sections 11, 14, and 15 in Township 130 North, Range 58 West.
Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
So ma'am, now you testified, I believe, in this very room approximately a year ago about your concerns. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And from that time up until today, has Summit provided you any options, any reroutes, any type of feedback based on the worries and concerns you shared a year ago?
I think the only thing they did is they sent another offer.
Okay, but not, if they did send an offer, and I'm not familiar with that, but maybe they did it address your concerns?
No.
Okay. And then recently, on April 16th or thereabouts, you, along with Mr. Flavel, my assistants, prepared a letter of potential modification of their proposed route, and then we sent that to their council. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you happen to have a copy? If not, it's in that big book, and I'd have you turn to tab number 6, please. All right, do you see that there, tab number 6 with some color maps attached?
Yes.
All right, I will offer exhibit landowner 6.
Any objection to 6?
No objection, Your Honor.
This is the one that.
Hang on.
One
hang on.
moment, just
Yeah.
1 second.
No objection.
Pelham, any objection?
No objection.
All right, landowner 6 is received.
And there's another one that we're gonna talk about in just a second. So there was the April 16th, 2024 letter that we sent out, and then we didn't get a response from that, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you said, let's try again. And then on May 17th, 2024, which starts on page 4 of this exhibit, you had to send yet another letter, correct?
Yeah.
You got it there?
May
Okay,
17th.
yes, ma'am. And then 3 days before this hearing, we got what's kind of a template response letter from Mr. Bender of Summit about your property, saying basically that they are open for dialogue. Do you recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay, and that's fine. That's okay. All right, ma'am. So maybe you could put in your words what you were trying to attempt here with engaging in some dialogue with Summit related to rerouting, just to kind of make it clear what you are asking for or suggesting.
First of all, pasture is a crop, just like any other. And my land is environmentally sensitive. This project will completely destroy virgin prairie, and it's gone forever. Truckloads of rocks will have to be hauled out, causing more damage, taking years and years to get it back, to get any grass back. They diagonally cut across, leaving me no access to the field and no access to water for the cattle. Unable to rent probably for 2 or 3 years. No one has talked to me or my neighbor, Paul Matthews, in about 2 years. You say 41 attempts. I got one text message asking me to bring my neighbor Paul over to talk. And some calls were made to my kids. I told you no on the first day the land agent came. And I texted find another route on July 13th, 2022. That message is still on my phone. No means no. I don't think you even tried to find another route. You could have contacted me through my lawyer, and he has tried to discuss easement language, but you have shut him off also. I tried to come up with another route through my land, but it does not work. Route A would get you through our township with the least impact on residents, and by following the quarter lines, minimize grief for farmers. No steep hills or large rocks. More closely following our Jackson Township zoning.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the verbal kind of, you mentioned a Route A, but I just want to be clear, if you can look at the maps right in front of you there. Is the very last page, page 6, where you have what it appears to be kind of a black line running east-west and then north-south, is that your proposed reroute?
Yes, it is.
And then your property, relative to that reroute, where is it located?
Mine is up in the hills. It would not touch my property.
Okay, very good. And you, I remember testified last year about the virgin prairie and pasture, and that was very important to you. You know, it can't be replaced. Had heard nothing about going around or at least preserving that area?
No. No.
And so if, you know, on May 21st, I'll tell you, if you didn't see it yet, we got a letter from Summit, and they want to talk to us. Is there anything new you can share with them that you didn't already tell them a year ago?
For one thing, there's no roads up there. If they put the pipeline through there, there's no access. And in the wintertime, it's full of snow. It'd be very difficult.
And so when you say there's no access, they'd have to be driving and tromping across your property to get to the pipeline.
It'd be very difficult.
Is that because of the topography?
Yes.
Okay. And in the meantime, since a year ago, did Summit provide you with any of the dispersion modeling or any of the risk analysis information?
No, they haven't.
All right.
My house is about 500 feet from the line, from the route. And I wouldn't have time to get out, especially with a northwest wind. The county road heaves over winter, shifting rocks and shifting rocks have cut underground power lines. We would be forced to take the risk, but not allowed to see the dispersion or see a safety plan or learn what to do. What are you hiding?
Now, you said about 500 feet. Has Summit presented you a waiver or kind of a form to try to get you to agree to have it located 500 or fewer feet from your home?
Oh.
Do you know how Summit went about measuring from the pipeline to a residence in order to determine if it was or wasn't within 500 feet?
No, I don't.
All right. And do you have any other buildings that anyone occupies that are closer than your home is to the proposed route?
No.
Okay. Do you live there alone, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And you have concerns being that close, approximately 500 feet of what would happen out there by yourself?
Yes. And another thing is they'll need more electricity. We already have brownouts occasionally, and we don't need more problems with that.
And are you referencing Mr. Pickering, one of their witnesses that said it's actually a benefit that this pipeline would consume more energy and be more of a draw on the grid?
Yes.
And you don't agree with that?
No.
Do you depend on electricity in your area?
Yes, we do.
Are there any other comments, information you'd like to share?
Well, with that Louisiana leak, they talked about animals being affected at 1% and 1% concentration. So what about my renters, cattle up in the hills and everything? They maybe even won't want to rent it anymore. All of this is affecting my livelihood.
And then the cattle, how close is the cattle or the pasture or the yard to where the proposed pipeline was?
There's cattle right across the road from me.
Okay, so
Which isn't my land, but there's cattle there too.
Okay, so within a few hundred feet, 500 feet or so?
Well, mine is a little farther away.
Okay.
Half a mile.
Okay. All right, what else, ma'am?
What about liability for these cattle? If something happens there, who's gonna pay for that? And this is for one ethanol plant. And I can't see doing all this damage in our state for one plant. Why didn't they keep it up by Castleton where they wanted it instead of come down here? So. I guess that's.
Is that all you have there, Lara? Okay. So to be clear, the request is if this isn't denied outright, that you would like the commission to direct Summit to reroute around you substantially similar to how you've proposed in your Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Yes?
And we've talked about this over with our township, and this is what we.
And mention that, what was that about the township? Did they institute?
It's our zoning.
Okay, and the zoning was what?
Stay a half a mile away from any residence.
Okay, all right.
And there's conditions about boring under the road and a conditional use permit.
Okay, and you would like that to be respected?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't have anything further.
Mr. Gludd, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hand, would you allow Summit or its representatives on your property to do surveys along the areas of, of your proposed reroutes?
That's not on my property. The reroute is not on my property.
Your proposed reroutes is off your property.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pelham, any questions?
I don't have any questions for you, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Shook?
I'd just like to clarify where your house is or your residence, sorry.
Okay, I'm in section 12 and it's right by the county road. And that road heaves every winter.
Okay, so you're in section 12. It looks like you are in the south, I'm assuming the southwest quarter of section 12, kind of towards the top of that quarter section. Okay. I see you. Okay, just want to be sure. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Chrisman?
That was my only question. Thank you for being here, though.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
No questions, but thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Dawson?
No questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Next witness?
We will call Ben Dotzenrod.
All right, I'll have you start by stating your full name for the record.
Ben Dotzenrod, D-O-T, Z as in zebra, E-N-R-O-D.
And Mr. Dotzenrod, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes,
And do you understand what perjury is?
yes,
Being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
yes,
All right, thank you. And Mr. Georgi, I'll just note that Mr. Dotson testified twice in our prior set of hearings, so I'd ask that you please do not go over ground we've already covered.
That's my hope. That's my intent.
Thank you.
Sir, just to start off, you handed all of us a color aerial map, a 2-page document. Do you wish that this be marked as landowner 30 and offered and received into evidence?
landowner 30?
Well, would you like the commission to have this document?
Yes, yes.
Your Honor, I would request that what we've just handed out from Mr. Dotzenrod be noted as landowner 30 and be offered into evidence.
Any objection to landowner 30, Mr. Glut?
Oh, Your Honor.
Mr. Pelham?
Objection.
All right, 30 is received.
Now, sir, I notice you've got a lot of things going on up there, and I just hope that we can focus maybe on some new concerns or issues. Let me start with landowner 30. You have a red line kind of in marker or Sharpie notated on the bottom of the first page. What does that depict?
So that is a drainage easement that Rose Dotzenrod holds on this property?
Okay, and that's your mother?
Correct.
All right. And is the point to depict that the Summit pipeline route still crosses this drainage easement?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Where to start with you? Okay, so you're aware that since a year ago, and I think the Dotson rods, you were specifically mentioned, I believe, in the PSC denial order, that Summit has slightly jogged around your legal property boundary, correct?
Correct. And they were aware that this drainage easement was held. They were informed multiple times.
Okay, and so then today, are we able to kind of confine your concern to how you're still being affected in relation to the drainage easement? Is that what we're gonna do here?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there is a signed easement on, it's the Ulven family. I don't remember the name, but.
In relation to landowner 30, which parcel is that?
So it'd be the northeast quarter where they have it routed.
Okay, so north of the drainage easement? Is it north of the drainage easement? I just want to make sure the commission understands.
So the proposed route now intersects the drainage easement.
Okay, go ahead.
90-degree angle. And so in that easement, there's some restrictions placed on the Ulvens. They're not able to drill wells and, dig holes and stuff. But I guess my big concern is third-party strikes, because Rose doesn't have those restrictions on her. She's going to have to dig holes and drill wells to repair these tile lines. And there's all kinds of evidence out there that's already been submitted that the subsoils in northwest Richland County are just really unstable. They don't have structure. We're outside of the Red River Valley.
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and object. The Commission's August 4th, 2023 order found that the impacts associated with drain tile were at an acceptable minimum. It appears that Mr. Dotzenrod is going to dive into that issue.
And I agree, Mr. Dotzenrod, the commission has already addressed the drainage tile issues. So if you have concerns outside of that, we can hear those, but they do not intend to take further testimony on that.
Well, these are about third-party strikes related to repairs to this drainage easement. So,
Your Honor, it's proper for the attorney to respond to an objection, not the witness.
Well, yeah, so rather than talking about, we've had a lot of testimony about tiles themselves, but is the drainage easement, is that something is it one and the same in your mind, or is it something different? The easement versus tiling?
I guess they're the same thing. The drainage easement is to repair drain tile.
Okay, and I'm just trying to help you here. Is the concern that you won't have an agreement with Summit, not that you want one, but that you're not covered in the same way related to this third-party strike issue?
Right, so in your document, I think...
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and object. I think the witness just admitted that it's one and the same issue, and we're continuing to talk about it.
Maybe if you could have him summarize the ongoing issues in relation to the drainage tile, without going into the specifics, because we received a lot of testimony on that particular issue, and the commission has already made a finding or conclusion that Summit has adequately addressed that issue.
So Ben, if I could have you just turn to tab 7 in that book, that white 3-ring binder. Yes, if you could just turn to the next tab, I think. And why don't you just tell us what is landowner 7 and why do you think that's important for the commission?
This is across the road from Rose Dotson-Rod's property. It was taken in February of this year. And that's a collapsing, it's a place that needs drain tile repair. And these pictures are not uncommon.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object again, and I'm going to also object to the inclusion or admission of this photo into evidence.
Again, I think the commission's already ruled on this, so this is outside of why this case was reopened.
Okay, so I guess my response would be that I don't disagree that the commission's addressed it. And Ellingson is the contractor, and it appears is the intent to show this, that there's still problems with Ellingson.
Yes, so Ellingson's.
Your Honor, we've addressed this. Can we get an affirmative sustainment of the objection so we can move on?
Yeah,
I'd also object as to foundation. I don't know that we know what is even going on here if this witness that hasn't been established either.
agree, I'm gonna sustain the objections. So we need to move on.
Okay, who took this photograph?
I did.
Okay. And then now, as an offer of proof, sir, are you offering the photo that you took related to Ellingson and related to obviously drainage repairs and soil issues to show that Ellingson's promises and claims they made should not be relied upon in the future?
Correct.
All right. Well, for that limited purpose, then I would offer Exhibit 7, landowner Exhibit 7.
Same objection, Your Honor. It should not come into evidence.
Mr. Pelham?
I would join in the objection. I think that this issue has been determined by the commission already, and this witness has not offered any background testimony establishing what this photograph is, other than he's taken the photograph.
I would like
we don't have testimony from anyone at Ellingson. We don't know what this is, and this witness has not indicated what this is specifically. I don't think that it's the foundation has been established either. Thank you.
I am not going to receive this photo. I agree with the objections that have been made.
As to the foundational objection, I can cure that.
Well, I think the problem is the commission has already made this finding on this issue. We don't have somebody from Ellingson to address this issue, and we're going to move on.
Okay. Relative to the drainage easement, is there anything else that doesn't have to do with concerns about tiling that hasn't been addressed before that you'd like to share?
Just that it does seem contradictory that, my biggest fear is third-party strikes. So, in normal repair, we're going to be digging next to this thing.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
It's in.
I've already sustained the objection. We need to move on.
I'm not talking about tiling. I'm talking about digging.
Yeah, I thought he changed.
I didn't say that. You did.
Yeah, he's talking about third-party strikes to the pipeline regardless.
Trying to help.
Are you talking about tile or pipe? A strike on the pipe or
Talking
on
about digging
damage to the tile?
Talking about digging a hole.
But in relation to damaging the pipe, the proposed pipeline.
Concerned the pipeline will be damaged.
Okay,
Mr. Dotson has already testified to his concerns about third-party strikes.
I would concur. We all remember the demonstration that he had for us in Gwinner.
That was completely different. That doesn't have anything to do with
Third-party strikes.
the demonstration has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about digging a hole.
I mean, I feel like he can testify about that.
I will allow you very limited testimony. I mean, I'm not trying, if you have something new to say, Mr. Dotson-Rod, I'm going to allow you to do that, but I feel like we're getting really close into what you spent time testifying about at the last hearing, 2 hearings.
So basically, she's giving you a very small amount of leeway, so if you can maybe succinctly express the concern and we can.
As long as it's something we haven't already received into evidence.
Sure. So how about the liability on third-party strikes? That's not something I think I've talked about.
We've addressed that, Your Honor. The commission has addressed it in its order.
No,
true.
not in this area.
Yeah, it's
the page.
The third-party strikes are specifically not addressed.
Mr. Dotson-Rod said liability for third-party strikes.
Did you say liability or viability? I heard viability.
L.
Liability?
Liability for third-party strikes.
My objection stands.
Well, just to try to clear up the confusion, the order related, the August 2023 order related to liability and insurance was Mr. Rory's comments that Summit would provide indemnification for issues other than third-party strikes. And I think he's talking about third-party strikes. So that hasn't been addressed.
If you can briefly address it, Mr. Dotson-Rod, I'll allow you to do that.
Okay, sure. So, Rose has no agreement with Summit. Therefore, she has no liability coverage with Summit. And she was not able to obtain coverage for a third-party strike in this easement area because that's what our agent informed us, that we wouldn't have any coverage for that. And we also wouldn't be covered under Summit. So that would be, I think you guys use the term minimal adverse effects. And I can tell you that if that were to occur, it would be a big deal. Warren Buffett likes to talk about you don't want to multiply by 0, right? That would be me multiplying by 0. And I wouldn't be farming anymore. So, yeah.
I think you did a nice job to summarize that up. Was there any different topic?
Yes. So I guess generally I just want to thank, I didn't appreciate it the first time. But you guys have a tough job, and you're supposed to somehow protect the rights of a lot of different parties, you know, like myself and other citizens, and also big business. And I want to recognize that that's difficult. And I didn't appreciate the chance to testify the first time, but I just want to say I'm really, really thankful to live in this country, in this state, where we have the rule of law.
Ben, we appreciate that and your testimony and everything you've shared. That's maybe a good stopping point. Is that okay?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So yes, I wanted to thank you, and just the communication's been horrendous. I don't think I need to go into that too much more. It's been, like a lot of people have said, this is where it's gone, deal with it. And yeah, that's not fun. There's that, and there has been some discussion here today about alternatives to this, you know, the whole, can this be done more efficiently? And in Decatur, Illinois, they've been injecting carbon dioxide in the ground for years now, and they're drilling new wells there. So I think that's an important piece of information. And yes, I think I'm good.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony and all the work and hours you've spent on this, and I don't have any further questions, Ben.
I want to make a, can I just have 1 minute? Can we recess 1 minute? I want to consult.
Sure.
Just like, thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Glut, any questions for Mr. Dotson-Rod?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pelham?
Yeah, Mr. Dotson, thanks for being here again. And as to your exhibit, which has been marked as Exhibit 30, the red line indicates a drainage easement that your mother has on property owned by, and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, it starts with a U. Maybe you can help me out with that.
Olvin.
Olvin, okay.
Yeah.
So the Olvins own the land where the red marking is at on Exhibit 30, correct?
You know, I should have kept a copy. Is there an extra one, just to be sure?
Oh, sorry. I thought you had it up there. I apologize.
There's some extras here too.
Okay, so I think we used orange highlighter, but yeah, kind of a reddish
orange.
Thick, yeah. Very thick. Yep, correct. That's the drainage easement.
And it's true though, sir, that your mother does not own the fee simple estate to that property, correct? She just owns an interest in it. She owns an easement to drain water or have water drained onto that property owned by the Olvens, right?
To drain, and I hope I don't get in trouble for this.
No, no.
Let's say the D word, drain tile.
Drain, okay, well.
It's a buried drain tile line.
Right, okay. But and as I understood your testimony is not, this line doesn't cross and isn't contained on any property that is owned by your mother any longer, the reroute, correct?
That's my understanding, that it's all on the northeast quarter, whereas Rose owns the northwest quarter.
Okay. Yeah. And so I just wanted to be clear that the reddish orange or orangish red marking where it's shown, where the line is shown to be crossing, that is not property that your mother owns. She has an easement in it, but she does not own the property, correct?
Correct, but property ownership is just a bundle of sticks, right? If you give a bundle of stick, then you are an owner.
Well, I mean, it depends on what the easement says, and we don't have the easement, so.
Well, I do.
You do?
Yeah, of course.
Can we see a copy of it?
Yours is better than mine, huh? I guess I only have 3. So, okay.
You said it's already on the docket?
I've got one.
Yes.
Which docket did you say it was? And
480.
And it's already admitted as an exhibit as well? Well.
I don't, it's up on my phone. I don't want to pull it up on my.
So the easement, as you understand it, sir, and certainly the document speaks for itself, and we're not going to go through every portion of it. Do you know if the easement prevents or precludes placement of a pipeline across the easement?
Not specifically. See, under number 4, it depends, I guess, is the answer.
Well, it either does or it doesn't, so, I mean.
Well, you're a lawyer, aren't you?
It either allows it or it doesn't.
Okay, well, number 4 on page 2, restriction on the use of the easement, grantor shall not construct or locate any permanent improvement within the easement area at any time, which will interfere with the maintenance or repair of the tiling system or outlet pipes by the grantee. So I mean, if this interfered with Rose's drainage, then yes.
So let me ask you this: how is a buried pipeline going to interfere with a drainage easement?
How would it not? We have very northwest Richland County. The soils are very unstable. It's been pretty well documented, and this is not uncommon. This happens all the time in my world. Okay. So, I mean,
All right, sir, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Mr. Shook, any questions?
Just briefly, I just want to understand your concern about the third-party line strikes. You're concerned about somebody other than Summit or yourself striking the pipeline or the tile line?
I'm concerned about the pipeline being struck.
By a third party?
By myself or anyone else. When you're working in these soils, you know, again, I already submitted information like a year ago from the Natural Resource Conservation Service where they don't recommend shallow excavations in this area. They don't recommend deep excavations in this area. Water infiltration rates are really slow. Corrosion of steel is high. They don't recommend digging in this area, but we're going to have to do that at some point. And it's common to have more than one backhoe operating in the same hole because the soil keeps collapsing. As you know, one excavator will dig down and the hole collapses and gets bigger. So these chunks of soil are falling down, which, you know, it's a real mess if you've ever seen it happen, where you have one person digging down and then another person pulling the stuff that's falling down out, and they kind of have a rhythm going. It's impressive, but it's terrifying. It's dangerous environment. And so it wouldn't take much, you know, in these repairs. A lot of times holes are left open for a month until you can actually get them fixed. So it doesn't, I mean, it's very easy to make a mistake in these soils. And yeah, that a mistake will be made next to this pipeline with drainage repairs. It's going to happen. And I think the state should know about that, because there's a reason there aren't many pipelines in this area. And I think it's because of the unstable subsoils.
So I don't think I would disagree that it's likely a very challenging soil to work in. We do have a lot of rules in the state, actually quite honestly laws. So are you familiar with North Dakota Century Code 49, Chapter 23?
Not specifically.
So
is that like a one call, I'm assuming?
Is.
Something like that?
It's the one call law. And it's pretty extensive, not terribly long, but it covers a lot of things. And one thing I think just in relation to this easement that you have here, do you know if your mother participates in the one call system? And by participates, I don't mean call one call before she digs a hole, but does she have this drain tile line registered with the one call system?
I don't know.
Because it sounds like technically it might be required to be registered. And for just that very reason, so that if someone is going to dig in the area, you can ensure that someone is notified, so you can say, hey, there's a thing here, you need to be careful. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Chrisman?
My question was about the I word, insurance, that you got into a little bit. And I liked your line with the T word. So with the insurance, I'm sorry, but I didn't really understand exactly your concern. What I heard was that you're believing that Rose can't get liability insurance that would cover damages caused by a leak from this pipeline, and that Summit's insurance that would cover damages to someone caused by a leak from this pipeline won't cover you somehow because you're not You're not a participant? Is that right?
Correct. We have no insurance.
Okay, so if it's not on your land, what would you need to insure from? Where would you have liability?
Because we have the right to dig holes next to the pipeline in this drainage easement.
Okay. Now I understand your concern, so thank you.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Thank you for your testimony, and I also want to thank you for the compliment to us as commissioners on making this decision. Thank you for recognizing that.
Yeah, took a while to sink in. Took me a year, but it's gotta be a difficult job. That's for sure.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Jordy?
I'd just like to get the easement agreement, if we can, marked as LO 31, so it's officially an exhibit, and I would also offer that, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the offering of the exhibit into evidence. I believe that, one, on relevance, I don't think it's relevant at all. Second, I believe Mr. Dotson indicated this is already in the record on the docket. I have no problem with that, and the commission can give it the weight it deserves.
I don't have the docket in front of me. Anybody know what docket 480? I know, but do we know what it is? Was it an exhibit or something in response to discovery?
I'm sorry, it was a discovery request was submitted to Summit that said, please explain why you can't reroute around. And then this was an exhibit to that discovery. So it's part of the docket, but
it wasn't previously admitted or anything.
No.
Right. And Mr. Pelham, any objection to admitting this as an exhibit?
I don't have any objection to admitting it as an exhibit.
I am going to note the objection, but since we referred to it and Mr. Dotson-Rod read from it, I am going to admit it as LO 31. And I'm sorry, did you have any other questions, Mr. Jordan?
No, sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we close the loop on that exhibit.
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Glut?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pelham?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else from commissioners or Mr. Dawson? No. All right. Thank you, Mr. Dotson-Rod. Next witness?
we would call Rose Dotson-Rod.
Good afternoon. I'll have you state your full name for the record.
Rose Dotson-Rod.
And Ms. Dotson-Rod, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes.
Being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Leibel.
First question is, Rose, we're talking about the same piece of property, the same easement that your son Ben had addressed. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct. And I want to begin by expressing our appreciation to you, the PSC. After the PSC's decision last August, the pipeline company moved the proposed route off our quarter, however, not off our drain tile that is our only exit for water from our schoolhouse quarter. Early on, beginning in August 2021, we communicated the entirety of our drain tile system with the pipeline company and also provided in testimony. We proposed alternative routes that would minimize negative environmental and economic impacts to no avail. That is why we are here again today. The history of the schoolhouse quarter drain tile system. The northwest quarter of 26 is the most productive quarter of land that our family owns. We bought the schoolhouse quarter about 20 years ago. We paid market value. We borrowed money. We've paid interest on loans. For our family farm, this purchase was a big deal. In addition to purchasing the land, we invested in a drain tile system. It's been working great. Establishing an outlet for the water to drain and exit this quarter was not easy. It took steadfast perseverance, a lot of work, to find an outlet for the water from the schoolhouse quarter to flow to the legal drain. Through several drain tile applications to the local water resource district, we learned that the landowner to the southwest of our quarter did not want the water from our quarter to flow in the township ditch adjacent to their property. Through another tile application, we learned the landowner to the northeast did not want the water from our quarter to flow to the legal drain in the township ditch adjacent to their property. Finally, the adjacent landowner directly to the east signed an easement to place a solid tile main line under their property for 1/2 mile at the northern edge of their quarter, which was marked on that map, putting all the water from the schoolhouse quarter directly into the legal drain. Beginning in 2014, our family has held a courthouse recorded easement on the northeast of 26. And that exists for our schoolhouse quarter solid tile main line to reach an outlet into the legal drain. We pay taxes for the assessed legal drain tax district for our quarter. This additional 1/2 mile of buried solid tile main line was expensive. It added a considerable expense to our entire drain tile system project. This easement exists solely to bring all the water from the schoolhouse quarter 1/2 mile underground to the legal drain. The drain tile system works only if the outlet, which we worked tirelessly to establish, works.
Your Honor, I'm just gonna note my objection stands on discussing drain tile.
I agree. We've heard lots of testimony on drain tile. And so again, I just ask that you limit your testimony to anything that's new. I mean, we took probably hours worth of testimony on drain tile issues last year, and the commission has already made a finding regarding drain tile repair.
Your Honor, if I just may briefly respond to the objection. I don't disagree that we've talked a lot about drain tiles and the commission has made an order, but I do think that what Ms. Dotzenrod is testifying to is new and would be proper so long as it's specific as to this red line here. As it pertains to the reroute, because it is a reroute issue. So I do think that there is some relevance to it. So that's my position on the objection. Thank you.
And maybe Rose, if you could answer, do you know how deep that outlet pipe is buried?
I sincerely wish I could give you an answer on that. I reached out to the tile company that did the install and I got no reply. And as I understand the installation of drain tile, and I am no expert by any means, but there is a design in place and sometimes you end up mucking stuff in, for lack of a better word. And what the plan was may be adjusted and become a new plan. So I wish I could give you an answer on that, but I can't, I'm sorry.
And under your easement agreement, you agreed to bury it deep enough that you won't interfere at all with his farming operation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So as you're sitting here, you can't say whether Summit's line is going to be above your tile or below your tile.
I cannot state that. That's why we are here today. So I appreciate you listening.
And your concern is that at any time you would, if you were having to repair this line, you're either gonna have to dig below Summit's line or somehow dig around it enough that you can fix that without disturbing Summit's pipeline.
That is absolutely correct. That is a major fear, a third-party strike. Nobody wants a third-party strike.
And I was just gonna ask when Ben was talking about a third-party strike, that's the specific concern within your easement that he was talking about.
That is exactly correct. We do not own that quarter of land, yet we hold an easement on it for the right to drain that tile, that drain tile, to drain the water. That's our only outlet. And what about the liability? We don't own that property. Summit has not reached out to us. They were made aware of it. May I continue?
Sure.
Well, anyway, our drain tile system works great with environmental preservation, conservation, and economic benefits. It does not require an electrical lift pump. It operates by gravity. It does not have electrical needs to operate the system. It has no year-round electrical consumption or expenses, and no monthly fees, no meter fees required to be paid, even when the tile pump is not being used. It requires no financial expense to bring an electrical line to the lift pump, which would roughly be about a half mile, I'm guessing. And the cost of that is $15,000 alone to bring electrical power to a lift pump. Our gravity system lowers the carbon requirements of our entire quarter substantially. All these factors give us a low carbon intensity. And our concerns regarding the proposed route and the adverse effects, they've not given us notice, but it appears they are going to cross our easement that they were aware of. The pipeline company contacted us in August 21. We worked tirelessly to minimize those negative impacts. Our alternative routes and ideas were rejected. Mr. Ellingson stated that they never had problem spots, yet we're personally aware that they do have problem spots in these high, sandy, unstable soils, and human error occurs, and that is a major concern of ours. Mr. Ellingson discussed at length the header systems in crossing high-pressure carbon dioxide.
Your Honor, I think we've moved beyond the drainage easement now. We're talking about Mr. Ellingson's testimony.
Yep, this is the stuff this is the testimony or the topics we previously discussed at the last hearing, and the commission has already made a determination on, so I'm gonna have you move forward. If you have testimony that's specific to this piece, we can receive that. But the general comments about general drain tile being damaged or repaired, those would not be allowed at today's hearing.
In my opinion, this is specific. May I speak?
Okay, so do you have some testimony you're going to share that is specific to your drainage easement and the intersection between your easement and Summit's line?
Yes, and that is why I brought up Mr. Ellingson's testimony, because he himself spoke at great length about header systems. And also Mr. Schulich spoke to the need of a lift pump. Right now, our system operates by gravity. And so we have all these environmental benefits and economic benefits to having a gravity system. Now, if based on Mr. Ellingson's testimony, we're going to use a lift pump, those are all expenses that will be incurred. Well, they may pay for them, but it's a 99 years of electricity, and you have to pay a meter fee every month, even when you're not using it.
And Rose, so just so we're clear, your concern is that by disrupting or putting in this 24-inch pressurized line, that would somehow disrupt the gravity system you've set up.
Correct. Our gravity system is very environmentally and it has a low environmental impact, and it gives us a lower carbon intensity score on our personal property. If we have to add a lift pump, that changes a lot of things. It's a negative to us. Please continue.
Again, I'm not going to accept testimony about general
and it's
damage
specific
to drain tiles.
Right, and it's
Not sure there's a
specific.
question. There's not a question.
Yeah, and Mr. Leibel, maybe you could facilitate getting through the rest of this testimony with questions.
Sure. Rose, do you have any other specific concerns as to how this pipeline will affect your easement?
Yes. Mr. Schulich spoke in his testimony to the quality issues of raising potatoes in low-level areas with poor drainage, even in a small area of the field. He related that drainage in the field is critically important, or it will lead to high-income crop losses. I don't like sharing my personal goals in this setting. However, I've been in contact with potato producers in our area. Growing potatoes on this quarter is in its future.
And so the concern is that with the, any disruption of your drainage is going to disrupt your ability to grow potatoes?
Yes, should drainage problems be created, problems that do not exist at the present time, that would stop that opportunity from happening. That would be a serious economic loss. The Carbon Pipeline Company has not acknowledged the existence of our tile line easement.
Rose, have you tried to express to Summit the issue with crossing your tile drainage and the easement where it lays within?
As I had stated earlier, that was communicated many times with them in communicating the entirety of our system. We understood the importance of trying to mitigate those negative impacts.
And when the route was rerouted upon reconsideration, when they did their application for reconsideration, did Summit consult with you at all around the reroute around your property?
They did not at all. That's why we owe a huge gratitude to the Public Service Commission. If it hadn't been for them, we would still probably have the same quandary. But however, we need an outlet for our water, and we need a guaranteed outlet for our water. As you know, I just testified, we went through a lot of work to get that drainage outlet.
Do you have, and just kind of in conclusion, what would you request from the commission today? What would alleviate your concerns?
Well, alleviating the concerns would be to move it off of that main tile line easement. And I'm concerned about recourse for our family from the potential losses. If pursued, it's likely going to be expensive for us. This carbon dioxide pipeline, if it crosses, will place a risk upon us that we did not create. It is critical that any pipeline route minimizes negative effects, and it's installed and maintained in the safest possible way. We believe the protection and substantial and ongoing investment of our property is vital.
And Rose, I want to follow up before you conclude. One follow up on the chairman's question to Ben. Have you signed an easement with Summit?
No.
Have you signed any other agreement or contract with Summit?
No.
So if Summit has indemnity language in its standard easements, that doesn't apply to you?
It does not.
Okay. Do you have any kind of your, what would you ask the commission to rule? And you had said you want it not to cross your easement.
Correct.
do you have any proposals as to where that line north to south would go to avoid your easement?
Going on what is almost 3 years now, we provided alternate routes in the past and they seem to be disregarded. So I guess that leaves me at kind of a loss for thinking that my input has anything meaningful at this point in time.
Well, and I understand your kind of your cynicism, but I mean, in fairness, the PSC did hear your concerns before.
For which we are very grateful, yes.
And what would your request be? What's your?
Our request would be to move the pipeline, carbon dioxide pipeline route to the east.
Do you think there's a certain depth that you could request if, you know, you moved it farther down the line, but a certain depth below if it had to cross your easement?
Ben would probably be better off with that, but I cannot say. When I said east, I meant east 1/2 mile
Okay.
to the ditch.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any kind of concluding statements?
Yeah, our family farm has worked diligently to be good stewards of the land. Our family spent a lot of sweat, time, borrowed money, and interest payments to develop the entirety of our drain tile system. For some, our investment may not be significant. For us, it's a step to a brighter economic future. Should you choose to grant a permit to the Carbon Pipeline Company, I'm humbly asking your thoughtful consideration of its route placement and of the negative personal, environmental, and economic consequences to my family's future and my family's economics success. I appreciate and I am grateful for the opportunity to be here today, as fun as it was.
Thank you, Rose. We have no further questions.
Mr. Glut, any questions?
Your Honor.
Mr. Pelham?
Thank you, Mrs. Datsarada. And I have a confession to make. I have a confession to make. When your son testified, I didn't fully understand the easement agreement until having a chance to take a look at it. Now that I have, I understand a little bit more of what it is that he was saying, and I wasn't following it initially, but I am following, I think, a little bit more in some respects. So the easement agreement, it appears that there's a 33, is it about 33-foot strip for 100 feet in width? Does that sound right? Do you have a copy of the easement agreement?
I'm sorry, I do not, but whatever it says, that's what it is.
Okay, so and your drain tile system that exists, it's presently installed and operating.
Since 2014, we secured the easement before we put in the drain tile system because we needed an outlet for our water.
Right.
And it's recorded at the courthouse.
I'm just making sure I understand. You're right, it is recorded, and I've got a recorded document number here. So the actual, and forgive my ignorance here and help me understand a little bit better, but the outlet, does it run the entire width of that easement? Or is it just portions of that easement?
So our schoolhouse quarter is the northwest quarter of that section.
Okay.
We have an easement for the entirety of the northeast quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So where you see that orange line, our buried solid tile main line runs from our quarter. It shoots straight across and it exits out into the legal drain.
Okay.
And all the neighbors are happy because they're not dealing with our water.
Right. Okay.
As they termed it.
And Mr. Leibel, your attorney, was asking you a little bit about the depth of the line in that potential area, and I won't re-ask those questions, but I'm just wondering, ma'am, have there been any discussions at all related to this easement between your family, the Datsarada family, and Summit, and addressing
none? Zero.
When is the last time that and best you can recall, ma'am, because I know a lot's been going on. When is the last time that you recall a proposal was presented to Summit concerning specifically this easement agreement?
Could you state that again, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, when is the last time someone from your family or your attorney, I guess, if you know, communicated with Summit as to the easement agreement concerns specific as to the outlet?
I'm not aware of any interaction. There has been communicating that the entirety of our system since Ben and I had been communicating.
Fair enough. And the concern of damage to the drain tile system that you have in place, there's no agreement between Summit and your family.
Nothing.
If there's any damage, and that's your primary concern.
Yes.
And we're talking over each other a little bit, and that makes it hard. If you could just
I'm
wait until
sorry.
attorneys ask long-winded questions. If you couldn't tell by the end of today that we tend to ask long-winded questions that sometimes don't completely make sense. So just wait until I'm done speaking, so then we don't talk over each other. So your primary concern, just to clean that up, your primary concern is because there is no agreement directly between the Dotsarod family and Summit Carbon Solutions, specific as to the drain tile system that exists and goes on to the Olden's property, which you have an easement for. If something happens, there's no contractual agreement that exists. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
As you sit here today, ma'am, is your family willing to talk to Summit to try to find some solution as to this issue?
I would need to talk to my son, Ben. I would need to talk to my attorneys. At this point in time, we did our best effort and they just really seem to disregard anything we offered.
Fair enough. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Shook, any questions? Commissioner Chrisman?
I know you have a number of concerns. I want to ask about one of them specifically, and that is the fairly unique capability of your system to drain based on gravity without electricity. If there's some type of assurance, because as I'm understanding right now, you and thus us aren't really sure how deep your pipeline is, right, where they want to cross.
I would love to have that information, but no, I do
But we
not.
don't. And so as long as there's assurance that if yours is real deep, theirs will be up high enough that it doesn't change the level of yours, or that theirs is far enough below so that your level doesn't change, that would solve that problem, correct?
Yeah, I would want to consult Ben. He's the operator of the property, and I would want to consult my attorney to make sure that we are protected.
So your concern about losing that gravity flow capability is that if yours happens to be at, say, 6 feet, they're going to come along going at 6 feet, and then yours has to either go up or down, and now you need a pump.
That is a concern, but also with, human error occurs.
Yeah.
If and when there's a break in our tile line, there's liability risk there that we do not want that risk.
Sure. And how often on the drain part of it, how often, like you've had it about a decade now, I think you said, how often does that require maintenance?
It has required none there have been some breaks in the field, but on that easement, there have been none.
Right. Thanks again for coming back and talking to us again, Rose.
Thank you.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Thanks, Rose. At the beginning of your testimony, and you've alluded to it several times, that you have proposed alternative routes to Summit Carbon Solutions, correct?
Yes, between Ben and I, we have, yes.
So we've reopened this case, and earlier I said in one of our supplemental filings that Summit Carbon work with landowners on what's been done to work through any disputed things. So would you say a good starting point for communication between you and Summit Carbon is to look at those proposed alternative routes? Would you be willing to, I mean, is that a good starting point?
Again, without Ben here, because Ben has been intensely involved in it. I mean, obviously, yes. However, we communicated early on before anybody had signed easements. And that's one of the reasons it was so frustrating, is they chose to disregard any suggestions that we made.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does. I just really hope it's the intent that disputes can be resolved.
And that's,
and it's a win-win.
And that's why we attempted to communicate early on with them.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Dawes. Mr. Dawson.
Thank you for your testimony. I have no questions.
Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Leibel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dotson-Ron. One more witness?
Yes, Your Honor, unless something crazy happens, this is our last witness.
All right.
Landowners will call James Teagues to the stand, please.
I'll have you start by stating your full name for the record and spelling your last name.
James Teagues, T-I-E-G-S.
And Mr. Teagues, were you in the room earlier when I went through the penalties for perjury?
Yes, I was.
And do you understand what perjury is?
Yes, I do.
Being advised of the potential penalties for perjury, do you promise to tell the truth in this case today?
Yes.
And again, Mr. Jordy, I believe Mr. Teagues previously testified, so I would ask you not to repeat any former testimony that we've already gone through.
I'll try my best at this late in the day.
Yep, and sir, I see you've got some materials in front of you. Do you think that would be faster than me kind of guessing what you had to?
Yeah, I might repeat a little bit. I promise not to. I kind of tell the story or give you a timeline so you don't have to ask me at the end. First of all, the land involved is Section 17, Township 129 North, 61W, the whole section, with the exception if there's some wildlife land in the middle of that. And the other owned parcel is the south half of 27, Township 129 North, 63W in Dickey County. All this land is in Dickey County. The third parcel is a quarter that I share crop, and the owner has not signed, and he said he has not heard from Summit for probably a year, and that's Section 30, 129 North, 62W. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my concerns here today. I provided testimony last year here in Wapaton, and I figured I better take time to speak at this reconsideration hearing. I'll admit I'm a bit disappointed we are here again because my family and friends were very relieved last year the Summit's permit was denied. But obviously it's no surprise that Summit keeps pushing. As we know, the Green New Deal and Inflation Reduction Act has included billions of dollars in tax credits to support corporate climate-related projects. My wife and I were first contacted by SCS about 2.5 years ago. The initial phone calls were to my wife's phone from a California number. If I had known back then what I know now, we'd have kept a more detailed journal of all communications and recordings of the meetings. We did some research and made an easy decision that we absolutely did not want a high-pressure CO2 pipeline near us. The agent, Albert, was told multiple times the answer is no, but he kept pressuring, wanting surveys, wanted us to the point that we considered it harassment. So we called our lawyer, and he referred us to Hyde-Prim law firm in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So we turned all communications over to Hyde-Prim with the instructions that the answer is no. They need to get us off the route. To this day, we have never seen or heard an attempt to reroute get away from us. And I spoke with Hydroprim this morning just to double check there wasn't any last minute communication. There was none. They've not heard anything. So in the meantime, I signed up with Hydroprim and I decided I wanted to do some intervening and come testify. And I signed up with Brian Jordy also. So I have two lawyers. Hydroprim said our land is still involved. Last summer, Summit requested permission from Hydroprim to multiple times to survey. The answer was always no. On the 26th of June, 2023, my neighbors called to tell me there were trespassers on my land west of the golf course. Sure enough, there were surveyors hired by Summit and were conducting a survey without permission on land they were specifically told to stay off of. I contacted my lawyer. It was late. It was in the evening already. They contacted Summit immediately, and of course, Summit said it was an accident. I have a hard time believing that because they had parked their pickup and trailer 2 miles from the pipeline corridor and drove their UTV to the fields to survey. Pickup had Ohio plates. We spoke with a lady in the UTV. She indicated they were surveying for Summit. She was very reluctant to speak or give any information, and I did not push the issue. I was cordial. I didn't want a confrontation like what happened to a fellow down in South Dakota. It's important that you all understand that I'm not anti-pipeline, I'm not anti-progress. If the project is sensible and actually for the public good. A few years ago, we signed off on new power lines coming through our South Dakota fields. I think it was well established at last year's hearings that supercritical CO2 is a completely different substance than oil or natural gas. Expecting my family and hired men and my friends, neighbors to live and work nearby this safety hazard seems unthinkable and completely unnecessary. One of the key questions you all want answered is, will construction, operation, and maintenance of the facility at the proposed location produce minimal adverse effects on the environment and upon the welfare of the citizens of North Dakota? My next couple statements are rhetorical questions. There's no need to answer out loud. I would like to know what you all consider minimal adverse effects. Is the devaluing of my farmland considered minimal when compared to value and development in land near Bismarck? When a breach occurs, is the loss of 10 lives south of Elna minimal compared to the loss of 100 lives near Bismarck? Summit representatives have openly acknowledged that an effort is being made to keep significant different distance from highly populated areas. I'm very offended by the insinuation that the lives of the land south of Elna are somehow less important than those near Bismarck. We've built our lives on the state line, a house, a shop, inn setup. Now my wife wants to rent out the land and leave the community if this CO2 pipeline goes through. In the last hearing, I noticed Summit was eager to tell you that they have met with most of the county emergency managers. I want to tell you this gives me no comfort whatsoever. People who work in healthcare and emergency preparedness know that first responders are always trained to make sure the scene is safe before entering because they do not become more victims. If there is a CO2 pipeline breach like the Satarja, Mississippi, it's unlikely there would be any heroes to come save us. Local responders would make a perimeter around the hot zone and wait for proper reinforcements or for the scene to be safe before entering. I did speak with the Dickey County Emergency Manager, and he agreed this is likely the case if the event of this would occur. My wife and I have also discussed that we need our own air monitors and breathing tanks for a chance of survival. But you would need such a big tank that I just don't really think it's feasible, and I'm not crazy about having a high pressure tank in the cab with me of a tractor or combine. Now I'd like to briefly talk about this project results in such a huge waste of resources. The excess use of water at each of these ethanol plants to cool the CO2 for recovery is a huge concern. I know that was addressed earlier. Talk of extra power in the power grid consumption is another concern. It was addressed earlier, the 8 tons of carbon is sequestered about an acre of corn sequesters 8 tons of CO2 per year. If you believe there's actually a climate crisis, then you can see I'm already doing my part. It's very much out of line to steal my land to implant a dangerous pipeline. I listened to the last hearing in Mandan, the whole hearing, and my local representative talked about all the extra money farmers would receive from the ethanol plants, and he spoke again earlier today. I know he's at Spiritwood, but I work with Mina and Groton, and I check Hankinson, and he's talking about 50 cents a bushel and at one point $1, and he said that twice now. I watch the basis awful close, and I can never find a basis that good, but whatever. It is what it is. A lot of big numbers get thrown around here, and I won't deny that $5, $6, $7 corn is really good. Am I going to sell my soul based on a tax credit that we don't even know how long it's going to last? I mean, it's tough for me to do, to make a deal with the devil. I guess in conclusion, I'd like to ask you all to please deny Summit's permit application. No amount of money is worth compromising the lives and safety of any community. 5 years ago, I would never have dreamed we'd be in this situation. It's not right. We are entitled to safe and peaceable living in this country. Thank you for considering my comments here today. Thank you.
Mr. Teagues, you had mentioned the basis and corn price, and there's been some testimony today on that. And also Mr. Pickering went into some of projections on that. Can I have you turn in that binder to the very first page, tab 1? And what I've got here is just from 1960 to present time, a demonstrative of the corn prices. And my question to you is, how long have you been marketing or watching the corn prices?
I can remember back in 99 and 2000 selling $2 corn. Prior to then, I was pretty much just helping my dad with everything, and I seen all the effects. And then actively, I've been at this, for the last 20 years or 25 years. Markets are cyclical, like was said earlier, supply and demand, drought, you name it.
So my question is, do you put any stock in this kind of vague promise that gosh darn it, if we just had this pipeline in North Dakota, corn prices are going up and everything's going to be great?
No, I don't. There's too much. There's a lot of speculation, and there's just too much. I guarantee you, if there was no 45Q, Z, whatever they're gathering up, we would not be sitting here today. I would bet my farm on it, because there would be no money to grab. Investors wouldn't, and I know Mr. Brandenburg said it's this what's on the menu now is because the East and West want. Well, we're in the heartland of this country. It's where the people, I don't know, care. Does anybody care about anything anymore besides money? Is that all it's all about anymore? There's no, he talked about, I've heard legacy mentioned early, stewardship, and let's just put a bunch of pipelines in. CO2, our plants use CO2, and we're going to put it in the ground? It doesn't make any sense.
So do you, in being familiar with this process and being intimately involved in it, are you aware if the PSC has any mandate that it's the PSC's job to approve or deny projects based on market demand or what the federal government wants or cares about?
We're just here to cite a pipeline, but we always end in the weed. We always end out in the weeds because we keep talking about it as a project. We should, when I was told that, that we're here for pipeline siting.
Right. Okay. And in the burdens of proof and the elements, nothing in there says the PSC should give nod or, if the tie goes to the company as long as the market forces or market demand wants carbon capture. You haven't seen anything like that, have you?
No.
Okay. And so in terms of the actual elements that the PSC is constrained by, I think you've developed your evidence pretty clearly here that you believe the construction, operation, and maintenance of this particular pipeline operated by this particular company would produce more than minimal adverse impacts on your welfare and the environment, right?
Yes, it would. And I won't say the T word. I don't have any. I'd like to do some someday, but it will affect me. I don't really care what Ellingson says. It's going to be extra expense. That's all I'm going to say about that. As I listened to the testimony a year ago. I was here, obviously, but.
Yeah, and then in terms of, ensuring continuing system reliability, are you aware of any CO2 system reliability that this pipeline is tapping into?
No.
And then what about that this pipeline has to ensure energy needs are being met? Does this pipeline alone, in your view, ensure that any energy needs that aren't being met are going to somehow be met now?
No, we're putting CO2 in the ground. And then we're going to say we have a CI score, so then people can still fly their planes around. They're going to buy credits back, and it's all just, I don't know, it's frustrating.
And did you hear some of the earlier witnesses talk about that hopefully this can be used for EOR someday?
Yes, and I've felt that way from the beginning, that was the plan. I mean, once the credits are gone, they've got bigger plans for this.
And would you agree, if that is the plan and that is the motivation, then that completely destroys the idea of this being good for the environment on the front end?
Right.
You were here from Representative Brandenburg's testimony, and I think he said something to the effect, farmers just want to be left alone. Would you agree with that?
I would agree. I just, if this pipeline goes in, I dread the fact we had a rural water line put in probably 35 years ago or so, and that thing kept caving in for 5-6 years or longer to keep adding dirt to it. So now I'm going to have to go along, I imagine, and keep filling it in. I don't, on a half section of land, how many times I have to cross that with a combine every day to harvest it. It's like, well, here we go. I hope she doesn't fall in on it. It's only 4 feet deep. Frost, like somebody said earlier, we bury people deeper than this pipeline. Frost goes to 4 feet easily if it's an open winter.
And then would you agree with Governor Burgum, if you, James, don't want this pipeline, just tell Summit and they'll go around you?
Yeah, give the neighbor the big check. But I'll tell you this much, I don't care how big the check is if my kids are dead or whoever. So it doesn't matter.
And since you've learned about this, Summit hasn't proposed any reroutes of any kind, not even 1 inch or 1 mile.
No, Hydaprim asked them, because I told them, well, they're thinking about rerouting Bismarck, I guess. Maybe they want to reroute the Teagueses, and they said no. That's what they told Hydaprim.
Okay. And so are you requesting that this commission, if they don't deny it, then second would be to have any type of approval conditioned on rerouting around your property?
Yes, I would like it rerouted.
All right. Do you have anything further that you'd like to add today?
I want to thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I could ramble on for a long time, but I think we're good.
So then I would offer Exhibit 1, the historic corn price chart.
Any objection to 1?
I'll object on foundation.
No objection.
All right, the objection is noted, but I'm going to admit landowner Exhibit 1.
And then, Your Honor, I don't need any foundation on this. I'm requesting admission of LO 22. Those are Summit's discovery responses, or some of them to us, to landowners.
Any objection? It's a response to set 3. I think the response was dated April 18th.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. landowner 22 is admitted.
Great, thank you, Your Honor. James, I don't have any more questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Glut, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pelham?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Shook? Commissioner Chrisman?
Yeah, did you say, do you live on, you mentioned,
No,
you mentioned 3 sections, but one you don't own.
yeah, the one I share crop, the other 2 bigger parcels we own for many years.
But you don't live on those?
We do not, fortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
Yes. I wrote down that you asked Summit Carbon Solutions for a reroute, and they replied no.
That's right. Yep.
How did they respond to you? Verbally, in writing?
To my lawyer, Prim. I have two lawyers. I have one hired out of Sioux Falls.
So
They're the ones in contact with Summit. I've hired Brian Jordy just to do intervening and just, I don't know.
That attorney would have the correspondence that they said no to a reroute?
Yeah, I'm sure I could get a hold of it if I needed to.
Okay.
It's just verbal over the phone when I talk to him.
Okay. Have you proposed a reroute to
I have not. I've been so busy and overloaded, and I just, quite frankly, this probably sounds bad, but when I want to get something done, I have to do the work why do I have to try to figure out a route for Summit? They're gonna get billions of dollars. They got a plat book. They can talk to my neighbors. I did talk to a couple for fun, and they didn't want it. They kind of laughed at me.
Okay.
I feel kind of foolish going around and say, hey, you want to take this pipeline? I don't want it. I don't know. Some people like it, I guess, and they want it. I personally don't. I guess if you really do truly own your land, you should be able to say you don't want something.
And that's understandable.
I'm just explaining. I'm not yelling at you.
No, and I didn't think you were. Some people have proposed a reroute.
No, I realize
and I was
that.
just clarifying for the record.
I did not, I guess.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time in your testimony. Thanks, James.
Thank you.
Mr. Dawson, any questions?
No questions.
All right.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, you don't have homes now on those other parcels, and if this project were to go through, there would never be homes.
No way. No, we've even thought about if it would go through and we get stuck with it to sell the land, but I know the value would be less and try to find some different land. I don't know. It's just hard. I know if I have to watch them dig it in there, it's going to be tough. But
and then on the ground that you share crop and obviously have an economic and legal interest in, the same for that parcel, Summit hasn't proposed any.
No, he said he hasn't heard from him for a year. And I don't know, but I think they surveyed him, and he actually had been sued and didn't even realize it, I guess, is what he told me for survey.
Can you tell us who?
Tom Pettibone from Ellendale.
Okay, so according to at least your best information, he hasn't heard from them in over a year, and no reroutes for that property that had Summit
Right.
Okay. All right, sir. Thanks a lot.
The only thing I might add in closing, and I'm not lecturing or anybody, but it's kind of like when you build a building and you get a bad contractor and they do a bad job. The contractor gets to leave, but the homeowner gets to live with the problem the rest of his life. And it's kind of like with this pipeline. Summit's hired all these lawyers, and you guys are going to do your job. And I'll get the pipeline if I get stuck with it. Everybody else goes on with their life, but then we still, as a farmer, we live with that pipeline forever, as long as we own the land. It's just something to ponder, think about.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
All right, thank you.
Hang on. Mr. Glut, any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pelham, Mr. Shook, any other commissioner, Mr. Dawson? All right.
All right.
Now you can go.
Thank you.
All right, any further witnesses?
Well, I'd call the Summit guys if I could, but no, we don't have any other witnesses. We rest for today.
All right. Well, that brings us to the end of our testimony for the day. I'll just ask if there's any other matters we need to address before we conclude. Mr. Glut, do you have anything?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Jordy?
I don't know, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Pelham?
No, Your Honor.
And do the commissioners want to make any closing remarks? Commissioner Chrisman?
I do not, except for, we'll see at least the people at this table on Tuesday.
All right.
Happy Memorial Day.
Commissioner Haugen-Hoffert?
You know, holding these hearings is informative. We get a lot of information, but I just really want to thank everyone for their testimony. I know there's a lot of passion regarding this, and we do take a lot of information in. We hear you, and I just want to thank everyone for their time. It's valuable.
Mr. Dawson?
Thank you all for coming today. I do want to reiterate